Alright. This could be interesting. Emphasis on could. Because here's the setup. So we have the Kasrkin team, which is kind of a pretty basic put-together team. Weapons consist of the plasma gun, the melta gun, the grenade launcher, and the actual, like, hotshot las, basically machine gun. Leader's rocking the chainsword plasma pistol combo, and we have basically all the standard specialists. On the opposite side, we're not using the specialized team we made, the cards and all that. We have 8 light brawlers, 3 medium brawlers, and 4 heavy versions, 2 gunner, 2 brawler. And as you can see, we have a bit of a dice box over here, which I think is pretty pog. Pretty happy about setting that one up. What, you mean the specialized ones? I mean, they are Plague Marines. There's 4 of them in there. But the specialized ones that I made, I'm holding off on that for now. I'm holding off. I want to keep it mildly simple. Also, maybe I could show it in full screen. It's gonna be rough to show, I think. It's gonna be upside down. I might have to figure out how to flip it. Actually, maybe. Oh no, they're Death Guard. So we finished making the because thankfully my local store was having a massive sale and was trying to get rid of these boxes. We made a sorcerer for the Death Guard team once the rules release. So I might this week reassess this table, which I've actually set it up in a way where I think I can do this. We might reassess the table to go back into art mode for the week, because I do want to finish painting this, and then I remembered we also have all those guns and things for my knights to finish painting that I haven't touched, so we've got some stuff to do. But yeah. So co-op mode. I've only played the you kill them or they kill you version of this game. This is the one that actually involves a mission, though. This is kind of like a step up. It also involves reinforcement. So when half of this team is dead, I'm supposed to select 2 incapacitated NPOs and bring them back. Or 1 heavy. Victory condition, we have to basically turn all of these objectives over. Like, it's a 1 action point. We have to get to it. It has to be in our control. I don't think... Yeah, we can't do it in the first turning point or while within control range of an enemy operative. Standard mission stuff. You guys can probably tell the little yellow-black chevrons. These are doors. That way you know where the doors are. This was something I did back when this first came out for this very purpose. People already have it. Stores already have it. I'm convinced there's a few people on YouTube who either told Games Workshop they were a store or, like, I don't know. Like, I've seen content creators showing it off now. And I'm like, huh. Alright. I still don't know how to... Someone told me, like, oh, get onto their presser. But everything I looked for their presser thing was just, yeah, we'll send you articles and that's it. It's like, okay, cool. So I don't know how people already have it, but I know stores already have it. Like, stores got the demo stuff in to put together for themselves. Yeah, let me just double check. So for those, I'm guessing there's going to be a few of you who are unfamiliar. So the average light trooper is 2 APL. Most of these are 2 APL unless they're heavy. They have 6-inch move. It's pretty much universal. They're all going to have 6-inch move. The armor saves go up from light to medium to heavy. So it goes from 5 to 4 to 3. Wound amounts for the Brawlers are lights are 7, mediums are 10, heavies are 14, and for the Marksman, we only have 2 of them. They're all heavy, so that'll be 14. The Marksman can double shoot, just so you know. Their guns don't really, like, the visual aesthetic of their guns doesn't actually change anything, because we're using basic rules, like I said. Ooh, nice. I feel like there's going to be some homebrew going into this, just to play around with, like, more narrative ideas. But yeah, the ranged ones are basically bolt guns. 4 attacks, 3 up to hit, 3-4, can fire twice. Fight actions are actually really good, the 2 Brawlers. It's a 4-5 damage line, 5 attacks, 3 up to hit, ceaseless as a special rule, and they can fight twice in a turn, or in a single activation. Pretty much every single melee unit type is ceaseless. But then the hit rate for the mediums is 4 up, and then the hit rate, again, for the lights is 4 up. 4 attacks to each of those. 4-5 for medium damage line, 3-4 for the lights. So it's kind of basic. I think we'll be interested. I need to double check this, though, because there's order of operations for each. Reposition to cover, reposition towards the closest enemy operative to cover if possible. Dash towards the closest enemy operative to cover if possible. So yeah, it's kind of simple. Move, dash, unless they can actually get into combat. Activation priority, if it can perform a fighter shoot, that goes first. If it's in cover, or if it's not in cover from a player operative, it needs to go, and then if it's closer. So, for the most part, it's going to be the closer units. Shoot action, not obscured, not in cover, an operative, wait, NPO performs a shoot action, and multiple enemies are valid. Okay, so this is the sequence if it can see multiple people. Alright. And then fight action is just, if there's multiple stuff near it, it goes for the thing that's going to die first, basically. And then if something controls an objective, it goes for that. And then afterwards, it'll go for something that's ready. Okay. I don't think we need to do too much. We're still going to be selecting equipment. You guys will probably be... I guess I'll leave selecting our team's equipment to you guys. And then I'll just fully select the enemy team's equipment, because it's probably going to be something basic. Probably some grenades and some stuff. Because they can only go with the universal tree. We get to actually use the Kasrkin tree. Oh, the 3D printed stuff gets sold for so cheap. I have statues that I kind of want to paint, or at least I've ordered a couple statues that I kind of want to paint. And oh my god, the sheer quantity of like the size, all of it, like it's insane. And like I bought them for like 20 bucks. So let's do a quick overview for the Kasrkin. We could switch. I don't know if you do, OJ. I don't know if you do. What up, man? You're not streaming today? So let's do a quick overview for the Kasrkin. So team-wise, like I said, we are going Plasma Pistol Chainsword. Just because there are a couple heavies, and I feel like we do want to at least attempt to have to deal with the heavy potential. 9 Kasrkin, we're looking at all the basics: Combat Medic, Trooper, Recon, so we'll get that reposition ability. 1 Trooper, I believe, and a Vox. Let's see, Vox, Trooper, Recon, Demo, Medic, leaving The 4 slots we need for the rest of the gunners. Your kill team can only include, you cannot select, yeah, so the 4 gunners. We're not doing sharpshooter because this is a very mobile mission. We need to keep moving forward is the whole concept here. Plasma gun, because plasma gun. Gunner, Melta, because, again, heavies, and Melta gun is insane. Hotshot volley, because I actually kind of like it. Also because I glued that character, so we can't swap it to a flamer. Grenade launcher, because it is very versatile. Yeah, I mean, the 3D printed stuff for Chaos Knights and all that being cheap is great, but that's just because it's like, you can't take that to a tournament, like a big tournament, or even like most medium-sized tournaments. So it's like cool to have, definitely. But that's mostly if you're just playing among friends, which if you are, go for it. So yeah, we're going to do everything but sharpshooter and flamer, I think. That's going to be the list I've got together for it. Don't need to care about archetypes. So this is the new thing. That they took away our hero points, which, okay, I get it. Hero points were crazy. Being able to control the number on a dice was a little too much, especially in a team with like a Meltagun. That was insane. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin, so strategic gambit. In the strategic phase, we will select a skill at arms for all operatives to have until the next phase. I guess we don't have to like use one and then use another. But these are just full, basically, this is the veteran, like the Death Corps, but we don't need people to be within ranges for orders. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting a ready enemy operative, that friendly operative's ranged weapon will have severe. That's good. So we can go severe for ranged. It's performing a reposition. We can do +1 to move, which we'll probably want to do in turn 1. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is fighting or retaliating an opponent shooting it, the first time an attack dice inflicts normal damage of 4 or more. This will be big into the brawlers, the medium and the heavy brawlers. During that sequence, the dice inflicts 1 less. So we might not need to worry about this. Add 1 to the attack stat of friendly Kasrkin operative's melee weapons to a maximum of 4. I really hope we don't get to this point, because I'm pretty sure we'll die. A lot of the boxes are nuts. I don't think they needed to put the tokens in if that's what they're claiming made the price go up. Like, if... I don't know. Because, like, looking at the boxes, I get that it's 10 units. But at the same time, it's 60 for the Jaegers. And the Jaegers are actually, what, like an 8-man team? And it's a 1-box team. I looked at it. You get Jaegers, you're good. You don't need any more. Because you get, like, 4 warriors out of it. And then you only have so many specialists anyway. Elimination. And you don't... I think... The Jaeger's what? You get like the pistol and plasma weapon variant, like the plasma sword or knife. But you might as well just go shotgun and then I think take the plasma knives as an enhancement so that you all have plasma knives anyway and just better damage. What's up, PhD bot? So what are we getting here? Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting with a hotshot weapon against targets that is not in cover, which we'll have to see how this plays out. That weapon has piercing 1, weapon rule, or piercing 1 instead if it's... Piercing crits 1, or piercing 1 if it's the hotshot volley gun. This is why I like the hotshot volley gun now, is that it ties into this really well. And it's a good gun. It's basic, and it's good. And they upped the ballistic skill across the board, so it works out. Whenever an operative is shooting a friendly Kasrkin operative that's in cover, you can re-roll one of your defense dice. So a defensive option. Clearance sweep. This was the big one before. Whenever friendly Kasrkin shoots an operative within 5 inches of the marker, it is shooting 5 inches horizontally. If it's within 5 and then the enemy is within 5. So it's still both people have to be within. But I think they increased it, or did it used to be 6? I thought it used to be 6. That friendly operatives have the balance, so just 1 reroll. Yeah. Select 1 friendly Kasrkin operative that's more than 3 inches from enemy operatives. This operative and each other friendly Kasrkin within 3 get a free dash. Cannot use it, so we can't use it in the first turn. That's fine. So still pretty basic. Use firefight ploys at the end of the firefight phase. In the initiative step of the next strategy phase when rolling off. Oh, they changed this. They had to because they changed the sequencing for this. So you have to preemptively know that you're going to do this. Which I think is pretty cool since you get both things. I can force the opponent to reroll their dice. It's just hilarious. Cover retreat. She uses firefight ploy when friendly Kasrkin operative performs fallback action while visible to and within 6 of another ready friendly Kasrkin operative that's not within control range. After that, so this is the mini fallback, right? Oh, this is the better one though, because the person operative performs the fallback action, so he has to perform. Oh, they changed it. So the original was it would make it basically 1 action point to fall back. This one makes it so that the person falls back and then the selected visible ally gets to just fully shoot while that happens, which is nice because then you can just like have a melt-a-gun nearby and just wipe someone. Use this firefight. That's if they live. I mean, these are Kasrkin we're talking about. Use this firefight ploy when a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting after rolling your attack dice. If the target is expended and not in cover, you can reroll any of your attack dice. Yeah, so just full rerolls. Just with a little bit of demands. Give no ground. Uses firefight ploy during friendly Kasrkin operative's activation or at the end of the firefight phase. Select one of your mission markers or objective marker until the end of the activation. Firefight ploy during a friendly Kasrkin operative's activation at the end of the firefight. This might be huge for us for this mission. Select one of your mission markers or an objective marker until the end of the activation or until the start of your next turning point, respectively. If the total APL of friendly Kasrkin operatives that contest that marker is 2, and the total APL of enemy operatives that contest it is the same, friendly Kasrkin operatives control the marker. It might only work if there's just one person on it, I guess. I think if you get the Kasrkin without tokens, you're only getting them with, like... I don't think they give you the upgrades, right? Like, you wouldn't get a medic. Because the Kasrkin are the standard Imperial Guard soldier. That, like, everyone seems to have, like, as a basic... I think it's like this without the chest armor for the most part. But then you can get these, but not with, like, the specialist gear, like the sniper. You get, like, the basic guns and then basic units, which... it's fine. That's really the thing you need. Select skillet arms for that operative to have. So this is a skillet arms for an individual. Or moving the clearance sweep. Which, that's pretty cool. But outside of that, he's just basic. Good 3-ups to hit. Combat medic. We all know what medics do. Basic 2d3 heal. Basic, if something dies within 3 inches of it, keep it at a wound and let it dash. Demo Trooper, actually kind of awesome. This might be a huge thing for us going forward. This thing hits like a truck. It's 2d6 plus 3 damage. Also that this operative could stay within range of it and be like, haha, as it blows up and he doesn't take any damage from it, which is nice. Of course, standard gunners, 3s across the board except for that. This is why I like the hot shot volley. It's because it's the piercing crits 1 with torrent 1 potential from full field range. Kasrkin recon trooper. Relocate strategy costs 0 CP if this operative is chosen, so we can try to focus on that a little bit. Activation is incapacitated. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting an enemy operative within 8 of this guy, that's going to be a little difficult on this map. We're not using him. Trooper gets basically a free smoke or stun grenade every phase without costing anything like from the pickups. And then the comms trooper, as we know, gets the full field, doesn't need line of sight, potentially 2 operatives increasing APL. Until the end of their next activation. Can't be him, but it has to be 2 others, which is nice. Foregrip. So again, this is co-op mode. The enemies are only going to be using universal. We are in the Gallo Dark, so there shouldn't be any ladders. But then Kasrkin will get access to their equipment, which I believe this is one of the big ones. I think. Maybe not. Within 3 of it, it gives it accurate 1. I thought that was a different one. Maybe it was scope. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting an operative more than 6, roll a task dice up. If you roll any critical, its hotshot weapons have saturate. So this prevents cover saves. This one might be good, maybe. Relics of Cadia, once per turning point, when a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting, if you roll 2 or more fails, you can discard 1, retain. This is probably going to be a big one, Relics of Cadia for that team. And again, they have a lot of Brawlers coming at us for the co-op team, so combat daggers might be important. So I'm going to leave this up, but let's go back to the field. Yeah. Let me pull up a notepad too so I can write down exactly what we're doing. Sort of a Purity Seal. Purity Seal was like a guaranteed reroll, like a non-expenditure reroll. Unless they changed how Purity Seal works. This one is a discard 2 misses for a hit, which is not bad. Each player selects a kill team for the battle. Well, technically you discard. If you miss twice, it tells you to discard 1 because you convert the other to a hit. So we have the kill team selected. Determine a mission pack and mission. We're doing it. It is the Joint Ops mission. It is the Sabotage rule. The 2 red markers at the far end of the map are where the respawns will happen. The goal here is that we have to get to those objectives and do a 1 action point while we control it. Do a 1 action point action to flip them, which means they are just done. That is now sabotaged. We have to do it to all 3 to win. If we die, we lose. So we've got the objective markers, and the drop zones are already selected, and we have to pick initiative. So we're playing NPOs. So we're gonna co-op, which I don't know how the form this is gonna take, because technically I should only really be playing half the Kasrkin. And then the NPOs are going to do exactly what they're going to do. I don't know how much you've played of Kill Team, but this is the new Joint Ops mission pack, which means there is a flowchart. This is basically enemy AI. It explicitly tells you what each of these unit types will do in sequence based on their desire for what's close to them. So to a degree, I am going to be picking the flavorful stuff for the NPO team over here. But for the most part, we are going to be focusing on playing the Kasrkin, which I might man half of, or if there's enough of you, and you all seem super excited about this, I'll just let you go full tilt with the Kasrkin, and I'll just roll dice. Because technically, the co-op would then just be you guys. Just a bunch of you playing. Alright, so there is a roll-off. No, they're just Death Guard models. NPOs are not a team. They are just specific units that represent different things on the field. So you'll have 2 heavy marksmen, 2 heavy brawlers, 3 medium brawlers, and 8 light brawlers is basically the way it goes. They're all very consistent. And these are the old Death Guard. This is the old Death Guard team I used to have before I guess they pulled them until they're coming again. So I got to paint a new model for them. But we got the Poxwalkers, we got the Death Guard themselves, and then we have 3 of my Nurgle Demons, which are going to be playing the medium. Yeah, we'll start with initiatives just to see how this goes. White is going to be the Death Guard. Red is going to be the Kasrkin. So we'll see who has initiative. Death Guard go with initiative. I'm only doing this because I keep trying to play people locally at this one store, and everyone is so hell-bent on being ready for tournaments for 40K that, like, every time I post, they're like, man, I really want to play, but I'm trying to get ready for, you know, this big invitational. I'm trying to get ready for this big, like, 60-person tournament. And it's, like, non-stop. I just can't get people to play this. And the last time I tried, someone was like, yeah, I'll be there, and then just didn't show up. Ugh. Alright, so drop zone's already pre-selected. Yeah. Each player secretly selects their operatives. We already did that. It's done. Each player secretly selects up to 4 pieces of equipment. So that's where I guess you guys are going to come in. 4 pieces of equipment based on the Kasrkin list as well as Universal list. Figure it out. I'm going to figure out what narrative-wise the Death Guard might want to use. Let me actually pull up the Universal equipment as well. By the way, all of this can be found at the Warhammer community website. Let me post the Kasrkin team. Universal equipment. And for those who are fairly new, these aren't everything, but the light rules might help out. The long range scope could be good. Just remember that you are also like trying to run upfield. It's kind of the key thing. So the 3-inch distance might actually be something that matters. There is a very distinct possibility. Gellerpox are back. But only for a year right now. But Gellerpox are in. I don't know if they're going to release them as a new box because, I mean, if they're only going to be around for a year, there is that idea that, like, why would you re-release that box? Especially since I don't think they are Legends anymore. And since they're not Legends, like, there's really no reason to have them as models. One of the people at the store who has them wants to play them in Kill Team, and then when they're pulled, he's going to use the 4 Juggernauts as Chaos Spawn. And then he's going to probably add the mutants into his just general Poxwalker collection. And then he was planning, I believe, on just using the little markers like the glitchlings and flies and stuff as just general markers for the field so that he can know where stuff is. I mean, the White Dwarf teams are there, and I know people are like, they're an afterthought, but let's be real. People are horrified about how powerful the Warp Coven are. We just did a Harlequin versus Vespid fight, because I thought it would be pretty cool, since Harlequins are basically the old Vespid, but for close range. And I thought that'd be cool. They actually are really good as a team. The Harlequins are insanely good as a team. No, yeah, you could use them as Nurglings, or you could just use them for sticky objective stuff. Which I think is what he was planning on doing, is just putting them on objectives that he has as sticky, so he doesn't have to remember them. Or if, like let's say he uses the ploy for, like, the swarm of flies for the that, like, 18-inch lone op function, he puts the actual fly, like, stand down next to the squad so he remembers until the end. Stuff like that. Well, I have the list for items for the NPO team. I think they do get 4. Let me double check to make sure they're not screwed over and can only take 2 or something. I don't think that's the case. Equipment. When selecting equipment, NPOs use options from Kill Team. Upgrade equipment pack, light barricades, ammo pile, and set them up as you feel appropriate. Gambit step, NPOs will always pass. So the only thing you have to worry about the NPOs with the command points, which they do gain, is going to be rerolls, which I will be making calls on as to whether or not rerolls will occur. That's fine, PhD bot. We are picking equipment. I already have the equipment picked out for the NPOs. I'll reveal them whenever you guys select yours. I believe Robbie says long-range scope should be a thing. I'm inclined to agree. I also want to reiterate that the specific team melee weapon enhancement might also be a good idea, because there are a lot of brawlers on this team, and there is the benefit of the Cadian ability to gain +1 attacks, making the combat dagger 4 attacks, hitting on 4s, damage 3/4. No, yeah, it wasn't that much of a stomp, but it's like the team, I didn't really know how to use Harleys, and I feel like Harleys are still ridiculous. I do still agree we need the QA about movement. The movement QA is going to be very important, because I genuinely think unless movement enhancements do tell you that you have to that you get like a different thing for drop, there's no way to declare drop, because I actually have a core issue with what I've seen for like people talking about FAQs, which I guess I could probably try to show you guys. So the key issue I have is when someone goes like, oh, well, you'll climb down instead of dropping, right? But the problem is that the climb basically stops you where you are and then changes your vertical height. But in the rules, it does explicitly say when you leave a surface, you are now in drop. You don't even get a say. You're in drop right now. So it's like it always guarantees drop. And I think the way people view this is when you get here, they're like, oh, you climb. So technically you climb, like you come out here and then you climb. No, that's not how they show it in the rules. If you were to climb here, you would be climbing through the floor, which it explicitly says you cannot go through terrain. Okay? It explicitly says that. So the only thing you can do while you're up here is leave the surface, triggering the drop. So a lot of people who are like, oh, if the ladder's there, you can climb down for an inch. No, you can't. You'll be near the ladder. And then if you declare climb, you're going through the floor, which you cannot do. You have to then go through the ladder completely, where you are no longer standing on a piece of like terrain, which then again triggers drop. So like I've been reading a lot of people talking about the mental gymnastics they're using to declare that you can climb down. I don't think you can. But again, FAQ. Which would mean that the Harlequins can go up for infinitely for an inch, but that they have to actually physically drop properly. So I'm seeing long range scope. Now again, the mission, the Kasrkin will start in blue. The enemy NPOs start in red. The halfway marker is to here. Like it's actually like a little bit offset. But the enemy NPOs will start up to the edge of the red. The Kasrkin have to get to all of these points and then activate them. That is a whole thing. So we're thinking mobility. We got to get in there. We might need to chuck some sacrificial lambs out while covering them from ranged. But we have to assume we have to get to all three of these points and win. Which is probably not going to happen because this is a very large team. And I think this might actually be a huge problem for the Kasrkin. Now, that being said, that means for the most part, the NPO behavior on these characters is going to cause pretty much all of them to consistently move forward, which could lead us to having a turn where we have to hunker down, wipe them out, and then run in. Could be the situation. And remember, this is the Gallo Dark. Guard action is a thing. We can guard action in here. So whatever you're thinking of picking, know that the halfway marker is the actual halfway marker. So if you're thinking terrain, we could literally set barricades up like just on the other side of the doors, which again, marked by these yellow chevrons. So you could set up a barricade here to try to pile in, get behind the barricades, shut this area down, wipe people out, and then get to the point. And then try to loop around back through or send a team up through this middle part here to try to get to that while taking over this room. Might need some barricades here, might need some cover of some kind. Over here, it might need a little bit less. We need probably one thing to protect the team coming up this way. But there are, outside of these, no doors on these outer walls that we can just quickly pass through. We're basically, you're either in the funnel on the sides, and then you can work your way around back if need be to get to the other points, or potentially in here. This is a bit rough. I don't know if we're going to win. Honestly, I don't necessarily think we're going to win. Like, if I'm being real. But I will mark down that we're thinking scopes and daggers. And that's at the very least 2. We have a fair bit of AoE, a fair bit of single target already. I don't know if it would be worth it taking grenades as much as trying to maybe do a 2x barricade and then maybe a 1x heavy barricade for the final 2. But again, it's up to you guys. I do think Relics Acadia could be useful, maybe more useful than the long-range scope, just because long-range scope is only saturate. Long-range scope will only help against cover saves, whereas Relics of Cadia, 2 fails equal a retained save. But it's up to you guys. Genuinely, I might leave most of the co-op actions up to your choices. And then you guys can see how it pans out. And then I'll just manage the NPOs by running down the list of NPC behaviors. Might skip this song. This is a bit too low key. It's not even rerolls. Relics of Cadia, once per turning point, so it's only once. If a operative shoots a target and fails 2 or more shots, you can discard 1 and then retain the other as a normal success. It's not a reroll. They don't have anything that grants rerolls outside of just them passively. They either get foregrip, which is a 3-inch range accurate 1. That could be useful. Because this is close range combat. I feel like you're gonna get to that point. It's definitely useful. They do have 3+ to hit though. That's kind of where I'm at with the Kasrkin. Is 3+ to hit kind of ruins that a little bit. Because if it was 4+ to hit, you'd expect it. But if it's 3+ to hit, you might get it. Maybe it's still good because if you're constantly shooting throughout the round, you probably only have one person that's going to benefit from it because everyone else is probably just going to miss once and that's it. Whereas you'll have the one guy who misses twice and you're like, yes, now is my time. But don't forget, there is no cover other than what you see on the field. Daggers, double barricades, 4 grips, and a Relics of Cadia. Don't see the reason for the heavy? Okay. That's possible. Remember the key rule here in this game is the moment this team gets down to half size, either 2 regular units or 1 heavy is going to be coming back. Trying to remember what BOK is. Why am I not remembering what BOK is? I know what AOD is, Angels of Death. Is BOK... Oh, Blades of Cain. Yeah, okay. That's not a team I play a lot. My friend has his Blades of Cain, not me. Wait, when you say they have the same thing, what are you talking about? Do they pick their faction rule at the beginning? I thought they had like a separate... Did they still not have a separate command point style thing that's not based on command points? Oh, you're talking about equipment. Yeah, the Wraithbone Talisman. Shooting, fighting, or retaliating. So they changed it completely. It's no longer basically just applying balanced to something or a one-off free reroll. Okay. It's a little bit better. Yeah, the Kasrkin's one is only shooting. I don't know. Scouts seem interesting. At least a little bit. I don't know how many people are going to play Scouts though. Scouts will be around for 2 years. We'll see what things they can come up with. I remember just after the Scout team came out, there was a major tournament and someone was streaming it. I think they were streaming it on their actual... Oh, I hate this song. I think they were streaming it on their actual Warhammer like channel. And I remember it was Scouts versus Novitiates. And the Novitiates tabled the Scouts and just annihilated them. It was so ridiculous. Like, the Novitiates were just like, no. Every time a Scout wanted to do something, it was basically, nah, solar flare, buddy. It was so bad. Like, I felt so bad for the Scout player. Because it's one of those things, right? In fighting games, just generally, like in FGC style stuff, the gist is when a new character comes out, that character tends to be really good in the scene because not a lot of people have practiced into them. So if a tournament comes out immediately after a new character comes out, that character might do really well, at least in the lower brackets. Simply because somebody who plays a character for like a year and learns that character against all other characters, now they have this new thing where they're just like, what the hell was that? Why does that uppercut work that way? I don't know the frames here. And it gives them an advantage. So it was kind of like that with Kill Team for a little bit. Every time a new team came out, at least one of them would be really good in tournament play, at least at the lower brackets, probably get to top 5. But when the Scouts came out, they just got shellacked. Like 9 times out of 10 because they played so closely to how, like, sort of Space Marine, sort of Guard. Like, that's kind of how they played, and their special ability really wasn't all that much to talk about. So no one really cared. And, like, they'd hit the field and people were like, haha, you don't really know this team. You probably haven't played. Oh, I lost. Like, it was so weird. Scouts were crazy, man. But yep, so we've got... Yeah, no. And Street Fighter's the same way. I think when G came out in Street Fighter 4, he was like top 5 in almost every tournament for like a month. Alright, so we have the general... So is everyone down with Robbie? Daggers, double barricades, foregrips, and Relics of Cadia. That'll give you guys some close range defensive ability, at least 2 barricades to give yourself advantage in this terrain to be able to get to the enemy. Remember, most of them are melee. Most of them. But there are 2 ranged, and those ranged are basically double shoot bolters, which are horrifying against guard. So there could be a little bit of a problem. You're going to want to know where to place those, I think. Which would cut the scope off, which, yeah, I think scope probably not the best option for the saturate rule here. But then Relics of Cadia would be really good, I think. Let me just write this down. Relics of Cadia. Foregrips. And daggers. And 2x light barricades. If you guys are cool with that, I'll give you guys maybe like a minute. If anybody has an alternative play, I'll start pulling the pieces out, and then I'll let you know what the enemy chose, because I already had that written down. This is going to take 5 hours to play, I can feel it. Either that or we're going to lose in 3 hours. It's going to suck, but awesome at the same time. So let me pull these out. There you go. Yeah, because I don't think barbed wire is going to be useful here. I think barbed wire might actually suck. Yep, that's why 40K tournaments are starting to adopt fighter game mentality, FGC mentality, a little bit. When points changes occur, if the points changes occur, I think within a week of a tournament happening, they will not use the points changes or rules changes. Like, they won't even use the FAQs or any general changes. they'll just declare, hey, it happened within a week. Don't worry about it. Your list from prior, that's what we run. The rules from prior, that's what we run. We're not doing the new updated rules. We're not doing the adjusted rules. We are just going to do the old stuff because it happened within a week. Because they get it. If you're training for tournaments, you are probably playing a game a day, making sure you have everything down, all your beats, all your rhythms, knowing how many dice you need to roll for every single squad, every single unit in your team, so that you're speeding it up, since the games are time limited usually, to try to maximize your potential at getting through a tournament properly. And then for Games Workshop a week before to be like, by the way, we've adjusted how movement works completely. We changed how we feel like terrain should work. Your points are all different, so your army lists are either able to take more units or need units taken out of them. We've also made units probably not viable anymore for their costs, as well as other units very viable for their costs. So you're probably going to want to change your whole list. No, doing that a week before, not a good idea. So I'm not seeing anyone say no to the Kasrkin 2x light barricades, daggers, foregrips, and relics. So almost everything from their actual faction equipment. That's nice. So I guess I will reveal the NPOs, 2x frag grenades, heavy barricade, 2x light grenades, and mines. That's right, I went mines. I'm an asshole. So we will be back and forthing this. At this point, though, we both gain 2 command points. Or our team and their team, rather. Boom. Setting up operatives. Each players alternate setting up items, equipment that's set up before the battle ladders, starting with player. So, equipment first. Starting with... So, frags, barricade, mines, and double light. So, double light and single heavy. Double light, single heavy is what we're doing. This needs to not be the song that we're currently... God, dude, I hate YouTube's free music. So I'm going to have to just make an off YouTube playlist of like the actual songs that don't suck. But they will be placing first as they have initiative and have decided to actually hold initiative. So that comes to within 2 inches of their deployment zone, which is good because they have a bigger deployment zone than ours. Well, good for them. I'm thinking... heavy barricade on that left side over there. So, the way placing barricades works right now, you guys went with a double light to try to give us some forward momentum. You can only place 1 right now, and it has to be wholly within our territory, which is here and back. Let me make sure that's right. Wholly within your territory, 2 inches from other equipment terrain features. They should also be 2 inches away from doors, I believe, as well. And access points on the other kill zone floor and more than... I guess technically not. Okay. I mean, technically, but technically not. I'm pretty sure there was a rule that said you have to set these things up away from certain things. It just says equipment terrain features. But I'm pretty sure there was something that said you couldn't set them up within certain distances of access points. Let me just double check. But yep, you get to pick where one of the 2 barricades gets to go. So take your pick. Let me know. Kind of generalize where you want one of them to be, and I'll figure it out while I look up this thing where I'm trying to make sure that we can't just put them in front of doors. I'm sort of letting chat try to take the full reins because there are a few of you who are talking about things. So, like, honestly, it's almost like you're co-oping with each other. And then I'll just manage the NPOs and we'll see how things play out. I'm just trying to double check something because I'm trying to remember if you can place barricades near doors. And the quick info... Yeah, I was like, huh. The quick info doesn't say anything, but historically speaking, it's always been you're supposed to put them 2 inches away. But I guess they forgot about it, and it's probably going to be FAQ'd. No biggie. So you want one here? Because you have this door here. And you're trying to get probably through these doors. Now, we can pre-measure some stuff. This is always a thing you want to do with doors, in my opinion. Especially in the Gallo Dark. Is to know that your units are starting in this area, the blue area down here. So, when you're at this door, if you reposition, it's going to technically be 5 inches through the door from the edge. So, in theory... we could full move to here, but we also have to factor in... these doors here where the enemy can push up to and then come through. So do you think dead center or because basically all units can get here definitely, or do you want to like kind of predetermine one line of incoming that we're going to deal with and then try to like springboard off of to go around? They're probably just going to put what they did with mines. Like, I feel like the thing they said with mines is what they want with, like, barricades and razor wire. Is the more than 2 from access points. I'm skipping this song. That song's like an hour long, and it's that exact noise non-stop. But we can go center, because center would allow you to readjust the direction you want to go. And remember that the Death Guard also have 2 of their own they're going to be setting up, which could be something we like take advantage of. Because technically this piece of heavy terrain here isn't bad for coming through this door and trying to take this area over. And also, because the center line is here, they can't put barricades in this room. Alright, we're going to go with Robbie's middle of the room. I'm going to switch to their barricade drop. Which, honestly, I think I might go... I think the way they'd play it. So this is kind of like a forward position they could send Brawlers. I think, honestly, they would probably play a barricade back on point, because they do have 2 gunners. As long as that's 2. Yep. Second barricade spot and last drop for your team. For the Kasrkin We're Choosing What Happens team. So you got one other barricade. We can either probably set it up like within this range. Let me check movement from the deployment zone here. So full move would get us to this door. So we can almost just be okay with this door unless the enemy moves up. But again, 2 shooters, so maybe we're not that worried about the gunner side of things. Maybe it's more just about kind of getting across the field. Kind of there. But maybe we'll need a little bit of a benefit of ingress into this room. Because I don't think we can go through this door turn 1. I think we might want to drop one like somewhere here to help us kind of meander through, maybe? It's a potential. Or we can always just reinforce this room with an extra one somewhere. Here, let me do this. So you guys can see the field a little better. Use this dice box. Because remember, the enemy does have 2 frag grenades. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, NPO behavior does not let brawlers shoot. I can double check this. And maybe, just maybe, there might be a bit of an enhancement that comes later for this version of the game that lets brawlers throw grenades. But as of right now, all brawlers get to do is fight, charge, reposition with a dash, or dash. So technically the frag grenades are only really a problem from ranged units, which, depending on how the NPO behavior pans out, they might move up or they might stay back. Which, oh. This is the green one. My frames! I'll throw out a suggestion at least. Maybe here. That way, when this is open, we could probably put like a plasma gunner here and just kind of cover into the room with that door open. I feel like with this on the left side, because the Death Guard have their heavy, which we get the benefit of heavy as well if they're trying to shoot past it for obscuring, as well as a light. It's almost like this is kind of helpful as is. Alternatively, yeah, I mean, we could put one like here, outside of 2 from the door, and try and maybe get into the room and then deal with it going forward. All potentially good things. I remember the Death Guard still have 1 barricade and a minefield to place. Let me verify the minefield. I think it's their territory. Yep. Two inches away from other objectives, as well as equipment and access points. So yeah, it's probably a good idea to either put it here so that we can get into this room and have a stopping point to then try to deal with all this over here, or potentially placing it here, giving us a way to open this door and then see into the room with a little bit of safety, being a little back from the door. I mean, it's either that, or at this point, seeing this, you can almost go like, cool, and then just abandon. And only be like, all right, let's focus on right instead. And then place like half the team here and half the team here. And try and do this, and then cycle over. Because again, if enemies get placed here, and we're all over here, they're going to have to choose to either drop back, come around, come through those doors and start coming this way, or the goal is to outrun them, because again, NPOs have to end closer to you guys. That's a thing. They have to end closer. And technically you measure distance through doors in here, so like being back here would force NPOs on this side to start coming this way if we don't go this way. They would have to come through this door, push through, come through this door. That'll take like 2 or 3 turns, honestly. So it's almost like negating whatever's over there. Versus potentially then just like looping through and basically just trying to outrun them. Is I guess how that would work out. So good with this? Alright. Leaving 2 deployables for the Death Guard. Boop. This is kind of a problem because I actually don't know how this is going to work. Because the trick with NPO behavior is you kind of have to end close and in cover. I'm going to assume that with the minefield, they're going to want to not set the mines off. This might have bit me in the ass a little bit. I probably should have done barbed wire, but I was thinking on the one hand that this team is mostly melee. So they'd want to go in. Probably could have just taken utility grenades, but minefield was an idea. So it has to be outside of 2 inches. So what I'm thinking is if they consider placement, I would put most of the squad over here to move up and start coming around, which would allow me to technically minefield off the B line, meaning whatever comes through here is going to have to go around as well. And with that, everything's placed. We start moving into the teams, which again, the NPOs have initiative. So I will be placing 5 units and then putting them all into conceal. Start thinking of where we want to place the Kasrkin. 1, 2. The gunner options we are taking is everything but the flamer and the sniper. So you have grenade launcher, you have plasma, you have melta, and you have hot shot volley. Outside of that, it is all the regular specialists and a single trooper, as well as a leader with a chainsword and a plasma pistol. The Kasrkin are a 10-man team, so we will be placing 4 up front. So if you guys want to select the 4, let me pull down the deploy. It is in those first squares at the bottom. Potentially, but remember, only 2 gunners, everything else is melee. So, on one hand, I do kind of agree. Kasrkin are a little flimsy. They're like better guardsmen, but still. The problem is, they're outnumbered here by a lot. And maybe deathballing is a good idea. Maybe. So for deployment, you have 4 units. If you can consider one side to be the best way to deathball through and then try to get to all the objectives, that might be a good idea. But when you place the units down, you're going to want 4 units where it's like, oh, well, let me place them here. And then if all of a sudden, like, 2 elites show up over there along with a shooter, you got to be like, oh, maybe we do actually split up. And then whatever you pick as your next 3 might be something you want in, like, mid to then push mid. It's always a possibility, since the 2 doors are here, allowing you to go, hey, let's all just funnel this way. You could place most of your team here and here, and then just functionally funnel forward. I would say probably the most fodder type units on the list for the Kasrkin. You're going to want to try to hold off on applying the gunners anywhere, I think. At best, maybe a hotshot volley, a medic, a recon. Like, so you have the recon, the warden, Vox. The Vox is probably good to place because honestly, he's mostly going to... He might not even move, honestly. Like, I'd almost say that the Vox could probably, like, go there. Because there's a good chance he's just going to be there to hand out 2 APL every single round. And then if you plan on deathballing in this region, this is probably the safest place for him to be. Without him even needing to move for the rest of the game. By turn 3 or 4, there might be a bunch of guys showing up from the far side over there to get to here. But, like, who cares at that point? Medic, comms, trooper, recon. So yeah, medic, trooper, that's the hot shot. Trooper. Which one was recon? Demo, I think this is recon. Because he's got the warden aspects. Yeah, these guys are definitely cool to see. Although, technically the medic does reveal where you want some of your heavy weapons guys to go, because usually you want them with a plasma gun to try to play that out. Conceal tokens. Yeah, I would suggest maybe Vox here, just for the reasons we brought up. Outside of that, you could probably put most of these guys front line, either here or in here. Probably here is best, or at least split them up between the 2 spots. See what happens. Remember, this guy is smoke grenade / stun grenade, so he has like some decent ability to just chuck a smoke down if need be, or potentially stun out an enemy or a bunch of enemy melee units, making them only allowed to charge but not fight. The stun grenade is the target and then other targets, right? Yeah. Operative within an inch. So target and then operatives within an inch. So, like, maybe here? At the very least. So this guy allows for the dash reposition on him specifically. He might not be a bad idea to put at the back if everyone's moving up. And the trooper might be good at the front. Unless anyone else has a plan. I'll give it a minute, and then I will toss down another 5 NPOs. I'm actually super excited to paint this. This Nurgle Sork conversion we got going. The question is, do I want to put together more of these Nurgle Blight Kings? Because a lot of them do look really cool. And could make for some great stand-ins for like melee Death Guard style units. Which I already have. Like, that's the problem. I only wanted one model, man. I didn't want like 5 new models to paint. I'm cool with the one. Maybe I put them together and I paint them up to give to someone. Maybe we do that. Because there's 2 Death Guard players I know of at the store who might be cool with them. I could make 2 each and just give them to them. I think I'd paint the characters, but not the bases. I'd let them base them how they want. So all I need is this one guy. Everyone seems fine? Let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and kick off with a Brawler here. Like a medium Brawler. Then we're gonna go with another medium Brawler. Drop there. 1, 2. I'm gonna drop a Gunner here. 3. And 2 more light Brawlers. Just because I don't want to like purely counterplay us. I'm going to try to keep it a little flavorful. No, yeah. You got to look for those deals. 2, 3. So having them on sale was pretty insane. It was super good. Is that everyone? Oh yeah, the Gunner it back. So there are another 5 units coming in. Another medium Brawler, another light Brawler, 2 heavies, and another Gunner. You guys now know where at least 2 of the medium Brawlers are and 1 Gunner. Ooh, that's nice. But yeah, he looks so cool. I love him. He's got the bell over his shoulder. He's got like the plagued flesh coming out. I gave him a Death Guard arm so that it at least feels like a Death Guard when it's part of the team. But he's really cool. Like I said, this week I'll probably get most of the terrain taken off of the table. We might go back to art mode for a little bit. Try to finish out some of the art projects. Which means I might actually build the rest of the Blight and then just give them to people as models. So we have the leader, all 4 gunners, and the demo trooper. Now, a fun concept would be to, if the plan is to still leave this side and just push through on one way, is to put the demo trooper at the other end. Like, he's gonna need to be kind of where we don't plan to go, so that he can just, you know, drop a mine and then flee. That way, how the NPOs work, these guys would start coming this way, they would go through the doors, come through this door here, and then melt a bomb. It depends on what you need for the Angels of Death. My Angels of Death are still playable. I just need the I need the frickin' Angels. I need the Justian models to finish it out. I'm glad I held off. I was genuinely trying to look into how to just buy a couple boxes and get some conversions going, because I was like, God, I want the heavy bolter. A couple of the captains do, just not the Justian captain. Justian captain is straight up what it is, because that's how that works. So I'd probably drop this guy here. That way, the rotation out could still work. Maybe here, actually. Because if we plan on leaving and going this way, he could drop the marker here and then start backing out. Or if we want to go through mid... actually, if we want to go this way, he could drop the marker like here and then leave. That way this door is screwed as well, because he doesn't set off his own bomb. So he can leave that way. Or if we plan on going through mid, he can drop it like here. Therefore, none of the people going through mid are going to be affected by it. We still need 2 more. 2 more options getting pulled to the field. One of the big changes with the Kasrkin that I kind of like is that the leader is actually kind of expendable now. His benefits are still really good, but he's no longer a source of hero points, which is pretty impressive, actually. Because now you can kind of be like, all right, yeah, he's going to go in and wreak some havoc and then die. So we got Melta and the Hot Shot. Do you think he should potentially be meant to like run up to here? Or do you want him to not have something in his way to get to this door, and then maybe have this be more of a plasma gun position? And then maybe this guy brings up the back line and is part of the team that moves from the other side of the door. I think most people talk about the Death Angels captain as like necessary. I feel like that's what I hear, because he has a really good ability. But you have 3 options for leaders, to my understanding. I think it's because he has like more wounds, maybe. Where's the Angels of Death? There they are. So So yeah, you can either take the captain or either of the sergeants. The captain, I believe, is on a 40 mil. That's a difficult base to deal with. He does have 15 wounds, which everyone has, so no benefit to wounds. He's hitting the same. He has access to a plasma pistol, which I feel like they all have access. So it comes down to his abilities. Chapter veteran is the standard that the sergeants get. He doesn't get that. At the end of the select operative step, if the operative is selected for deployment, select one additional chapter tactic for it to have for the battle. Primary chapter tactics, you don't just select. So select an additional chapter tactic for it to have. So this guy gets an additional bonus. That's actually really flexible. I like that. And then combat doctrine. Whenever you would use the combat doctrine strategic ploy and select assault or tactical, if this operative is in the kill zone, it costs you 0. And devastator or tactical. So good for command points, and the individual unit gets like a bonus for something. Once per turning point, you can use this firefight ploy for 0 CP. You can use a firefight ploy for 0 CP if this specified angel death operative. The adjust doctrine, firefight ploy 0 CP if this operative is in the kill zone, not within control range. Once per battle, when an attack does inflicts normal damage on this operative, you can ignore. So the ignore damage is huge for the captain, potentially. And his abilities aren't bad, although it forces you to target him. Whereas just generally using a combat doctrine strategy is for the other guys. He's taggier because he has the Iron Halo, but technically because the sergeants get an extra bonus, you can give your team like, you know, aggressive and resolute or something. And then you could give your leader like siege specialist or hardy. Like, dude, giving your leader hardy, making it 5+ critical success with armor. Like, you'd probably give hardy to your whole team, let's be real. But, like, you could just provide him an extra thing, like stealthy or resolute. Yeah, for the other guys, it's combat doctrine, and then that other dude can do adjust doctrine during the firefight, or something that targets him specifically, except for rerolls. I feel like the sergeants are a bit better for like the full team, maybe. Because his weapon isn't even really, like, top tier, right? Like, you could take an assault sergeant with a thunder hammer. I mean, you could take it with a power fist, too, and just be like, yeah, I'm almost the same. That's probably the big thing. His power fist hits on 3s. That's not common. The power fist hitting on 3 is pretty good. Whereas the alternatives on the sergeants are 4+ for the same thing. But normally, you'd probably just take the weapon, like the power weapon. What's the limitations on loadouts? Assault. Can take a hand flamer, heavy bolt pistol, chainsword, power fist, power weapon, or thunder hammer. So they don't let you take the plasma pistol with anything of like excessive value, I guess I would say. That's, yeah, that'd be the key thing then. Space Marine Captain gets a really good melee weapon and a really good ranged weapon for, like, anti-elite, but, I could see getting away with like a hand flamer or a heavy bolt pistol and then taking like a power weapon and just going with it for the general benefit that that gives. It's up to you though. Captain is a 40 mil though. A 40 mil base is ridiculous. It's a huge area to deal with. It's hard to move them down like narrow hallways and stuff. Thankfully, I believe they changed it so that allied units don't block other allied units in moving. Whereas before, I believe they did. I'll have to double check that, but I remember reading that when I was going back over the rules somewhere. Alright, so I haven't heard anyone say anything bad about the Melta here and that guy there while we were talking about other stuff. So, I'm going to go ahead and assume we gooch. The last 5. Now, I could be an asshole and be like, all right, everything else is over there. But we're trying to flavorize this a little bit. Take this whole game to Flavor Town. So what we're going to do is, I imagine 1 melee brawler, at the very least, is going to be coming up mid. The other ranged for flavor is probably going to be here. Another melee brawler. Oof. Where do we put him, chat? I think if the general concept here is what I think we're going to be doing, which is just rotating this way. Maybe for flavor, we are fleeing the oncoming double heavy brawler from mid. But I think maybe all right. So we still have a plasma, leader with plasma, grenade launcher. So remember, a key thing about NPOs is closest NPOs are going to activate. This is where I might roll some dice to determine room. Because as of right now, this room and that room are closest to each other. Or closest to this side. Whereas this room is probably going to start activating like way later. This is kind of an issue with how NPO behavior works, because you can deal with this. Like, you can be like, okay, cool. Let me put a fodder unit here to move up to this door. And then that gives us like 4 turns as we like slowly maneuver elsewhere. But it's like, because the rest of the units we have access to, we're probably going to want on the front line. Conceptually speaking, a grenade launcher and a plasma gun here might be a really good idea, and then just to drop the leader next to it. That way the grenade launcher and plasma gun can be here, basically helping out with what's in the room by seeing through the doorway once it opens. And then maybe just the leader in and among these guys just to hang out. Help push forward. Like, let me just drop in the suggested area. And then while I look for these new markers, since we're gonna have some plus APL function going on here. And then potentially smoke markers. Need to make sure we have these on hand. So let me know, and we'll get into it. Because you don't know the initiative yet. That's a key thing. Do not know what the initiative is going to be. I'll probably post this video. I think the beta went well, and if this holds, I think we'll actually post this up afterwards. Who's messaging me in the Spawncast Discord? For Spawncast and the other shows, I'm so confused. It is difficult. I feel like turn 1 is mostly going to be about seeing how the NPOs respond while trying to turtle position with the Kasrkin, which will most likely also include, I would say, we'd probably want to do the movement bonus. That way we all have 7-inch movement for the entire turn. And we can make adjustments that way. It's probably a must do. Double check the leader's ability. Select a skill at arms for that operative to have instead of its current until the next. So yeah, he can rebuff a single target. Yeah, it's definitely going to be cagey this game, since there's 2 doors between us and them here that they can't really get through. 1 door here, but it's mostly for melee. And if we're being real, there's probably going to be at least 1 unit that comes to this door and then opens it. And then the other unit is probably going to move dash here based on NPO behavior if there's no one here. If there is someone here, I think 6, 7, 8, it would be 7 technically because of the door. He can't make it to a charge here. So this is really well placed because even the closest unit beelining through the door, dealing with the door itself, cannot get to here. So 2 units here will be able to easily shoot him, but based on NPO behavior, since he's not going to be able to make it, he's most likely going to stop on the other side of this wall. But that's going to come down to a couple things, because I'm probably going to roll a 1 through 3 and a 4 through 6 to determine if we start activating units in this room or this room, since they're both very close. Depends. We'll see who gets initiative first, because if we get initiative first and then we move someone up to here, these guys are basically immediately going. Fine with the position. All right. Okay. And also, I kind of want to check something. Because someone was like, you can buy them separate. So I kind of want to know. 40K. What up, Dragon? Nah, Jaegers are still just that box. Maybe eventually they'll get dropped as a 40K only box, so I don't have to buy the tokens and can get them for maybe like $5 cheaper. Because Hearthkin Warriors are 60. Jaegers are 65. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the same amount of units. It's just $5 more for the punch-out cards. We're trying. We're seeing how it goes. I did start at an off hour and an off day. So we'll see what happens. I put one in the comments. Yeah, we get some. All right. Done responding to people online. So, all units on field. All equipment on field. Quick reminder. Oh yeah, there was a minefield there. That's not going to be good. I completely forgot about that minefield. Enemy team does have 2 frag grenades, but that's about it. Play. First turning point, players roll off. Everyone has conceal. Yep. Multiplayer ops, establish player order for initiative. Let me double check. Sabotage. They're set up with a conceal order, NPO drop zone, spread out and cover. Each strategy phase, reinforcements. There is no information about NPOs having to go first or second. So we roll again. NPOs currently had initiative, so in a tie situation, it will go to Kasrkin. Gray is Kasrkin, white is NPO. So Kasrkin are up. And with that, round 1, first activation of the game coming after the strategy phase. Strategy phase triggers. Boop, boop. So the NPOs can only pass here. So basically, we just talk out what we think we need. Strategic phase-wise, we need to pick one of 4 buffs. I suggest the movement, but if you guys think otherwise, we can go those routes. NPOs will set off their own mines, yeah, but I keep forgetting it's where it is, so these guys would most likely have to move around, most likely. Like, these guys are going to jump over and come this way. This guys will probably cycle around that way. But yeah, we need to pick a buff to take. Again, Kasrkin get... In the strategic gambit, we go skill at arms. We can either take severe on our ranged weapons, probably not useful. The 1 inch to move stat, probably massively useful, since that makes us as fast as Aldari, which is awesome. The reduction of damage, I think, for fighting and retaliating, not shooting. Oh, no, shooting works too. Basically, if we're getting hit by something that does 4 damage or more, it'll make it damage 3. That's normal damage dice specifically. And then 1 to the attack stat, which we do have the special daggers. I don't think we're going to get in melee this first turn. So yeah, we can probably go strike fast for the extra inch. Is there a ploy we think we want to use? We cannot use relocate because it is turn 1. I think clearance sweep, if we just want to drop a clearance sweep, because we can always readjust it, it might actually be kind of worth it to drop a clearance sweep in this area if we're planning on going this way. Because then if we can get range on something, right? Because now we're moving 7 inches, which is really good. There's the potential of rushing once this door opens with the melt-a-gun, rushing to here, and then whatever's over here, we could melt it, or we could probably attempt to rush with the grenade launcher. We could hit the grenade launcher with an extra APL, move, dash it to get over top and fire it into the room. Like, we have a lot of options here. I think probably one of the key starting points is going to be involving this Vox, putting APL on probably the grenade launcher at the very least, and then potentially maybe like the trooper, because the trooper could run this whole way up to here and then open the door, giving the grenade launcher the ability to move, dash over top and then just dump into the room. Depending on who's open, because there's currently one guy open who's going to have to go into active and then run around. And clearance sweep is nice because it applies the balanced weapon rule for the attacks, which when you add that to AoE means every single thing that gets hit by that is going to have to deal with it. You think clearance sweep? We can sort of pre-establish because it's 5 inches. So if we place it like on the other side of this door, it basically ensures us anyone on this wall or anyone near the door can get it. And like most of the people in this room will have it. So that could be a good start for that clearance sweep marker. So yeah, can't relocate. Engage from cover. When an operative is shooting a friendly Kasrkin, or when an operative is shooting a friendly Kasrkin who's in cover, you can reroll defense dice. I don't think we're going to have to deal with that too much. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting with a hot shot weapon against a target that's not in cover, that one's probably also not that useful. Probably good to pass, just to get into the round. Since again, NPOs always pass, and we will be using those on free rerolls as we see fit. Unless you guys are feeling something. 2 command points feels good to have right now. Especially with like other benefits like neutralize target and stuff like that. Potentially even attempting seize the initiative. Not seeing anyone say anything else in chat for ploys. And again, to those who are new here, if you're wondering where to get the information for Kasrkin, Kasrkin. Yeah. We'll go with a pass then. First activation of the game, what do we think? Chat co-op mode. I'll let you guys mull it over. It is 6:01, so I'm going to go grab myself a protein shake. Suggestion, I would definitely think attempting to see what the enemy does, which again, I'm probably going to have to roll a dice to see which room wants to activate someone. We will probably... It might be a good idea to, like, let's say activate the Vox Trooper and try and pre-set up a combo. It could be good to do that. It could be good to activate the recon to open this door so that you guys can have access and he can kind of like move into this room and hang out. He could also force the issue by moving slightly up over here, which will force that room to activate first. We have at least maybe 2 or 3 activations that we do not care about. And then we can probably move into attempting to see the combo with the box. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab some beverage. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. BRB. No suggestions. I was gone for like 5 minutes. It's Kasrkin first activation, man. We gotta do something co-op style. Think grenade launcher and Melta double up. That's fine. And I know there's also a delay, so we got to kind of deal with that. So we're thinking Vox into Grenade Launcher and Melta to give them the extra APL during their activations. This is possibly a good idea, although at the same time I will say that it's going to be difficult here, because normally what you want to do in this situation with APL is to have everyone move in position and then APL at the end, so that at the top of the next turn you'll have 2 people with 3 APL on the field, and then you can make a call with what they are, where they are, what they need to do, who's near them, stuff like that. But maybe this is also fine. Maybe it's also a good idea. This guy out here buying PC parts. So we can always open with the APL and then see which enemy moves first, or we can we have other options. Like I said, Recon could crack this door and start running into the room. This guy could drop his mine and then book it. We've got some alternative options. No, we're not moving them yet. We're giving them APL. We're thinking to pre-vox them, to give them 3 APL to potentially run up to this door after it's been opened and just unload into the room on whatever targets they can. Because these guys on the other side are going to try to stay in conceal no matter what happens. Remember that there is a Melta or a landmine here, so they're probably going to try to loop around the outside of it. So it might actually be a little bit before they get into the door, potentially. It depends on what these guys here can do. You want to do the recon in the door? So we can vox, we can recon in door. It's up to you guys. And again, the Melta and Plasma are positioned here and here. The grenade launchers in between them. Most of our decent heavy guns are here. The volley is here, demo trooper here, leader medic, box guy, and then just a regular troop. The pale things with a large base are the medium melee. Everyone else is light, and then both melee heavies are here, ranged guy on each side at the back. I think PhD Bot was thinking of pre-doing the APL increases as a potential. We could go with your plan and then have a... Yep. So conceptually... door. See, he's still here. 1 APL, and then the second APL he does get 7 inches, which goes to 6 when he passes through the door. And again, I'm pretty sure you can pass through your own units now. Let me double check that. I remember reading it, but I also have to remember that I do play like 5 different game modes, and there's a lot of overlap that messes with me. So let me look at something. All operatives are on bases. Bases are important. Each operative's base size is specified by the data card. Sizes of different bases can touch, but a base cannot be placed on another. Friendly operatives can move through other friendly operatives, the base and the miniature, but not through enemy operatives. So they did make it a lot easier to move around. A lot easier to move around. Because this guy could now pop into this room to like about here and then move up to about here, and that'll force these guys to go first because they'll be closest at that point. Let me grab my pregame marker. Here we are. So he'd end up here about. Give it a minute. The trick with him is, if you remember correctly, he can have the reposition focused on him, allowing all nearby units within that range to dash. So him being there could be good for the bulk of these guys who are going to be trying to get into this room, as well as some of these backliners who might want to be able to reposition and get a real advantage on moving up. So we'll do that. He has opened the door. He has moved in. Okay, so this will force the hand of these guys over here, who have to stay outside of the inch passing through, which is going to be the goal. I feel like this one is going to go 1, and then he can only go 2 inches in. Technically, it has to be him first, because again, I'm going to assume that NPO behavior will prevent them from wanting to pass into these areas if they have options. So it would kind of funnel around. And with a move explicitly jumping over the wall, it can pull him to about here, where he will character-wise just open the door. Mindless zombie style. And then stay and conceal. We're up. Now, we could APL here, but there is, as you can now tell, a completely open, easily visible, singular heavy brawler sitting right there. So as we measured before, because they have to pass through this door to get to here, you could technically move the grenade launcher up and then fire a grenade into the room, and this is going to be too far away, especially because of the mine, to come around and charge. That's a potential. The only thing to really worry about is the one gunner that's at the far side. Who, as long as you don't move to the right side of this, can't really see you if you go to engage. Eventually he will move, and he does have 3 APL, and he can double shoot. So there is a good chance he's going to move up to this here, and then double fire into the room. On whoever he can see, honestly. So we still have the options to fish. We can still fish for activations. We can still drop a mine and then flee. We can still, like, we have these units here who can kind of adjust forward. Don't mind me, I'm just sitting here thinking that I kind of want a burrito, but I don't want to really get a burrito. I found a baller Mexican place near here. It looks like a, it's like a husband and wife combo. And the wife, full blown, has like tattooed on eyebrows. And their food is so good. I'm not getting a burrito tonight. I've been stress eating. It's so bad, man. October, like Halloween, I have the candy here. And like I find myself, I'll be just getting work done, and then my brain feels like it's drying out. And then next thing you know, I'm just downing handfuls of like sour candies and stuff. I gotta go the other way. But yeah, you can fish. You can take the bait with the guy standing in the middle and try and launch a grenade into him while being in a good position. You can set up with APL still. There's a lot of options. A lot of options. Is music done? I think the music's done. You want to toss the APL out? All right, I'll do it. All right. You want to put them on the Melta and Grenade, right? That's what we were talking about. Done and done. I know, right? Dude, the place is it's like good Mexican. Like, it's not just like, here's the menu, that's it. Like, these guys, the way they do it is the way I really like Mexican places to go, where it's more about the meats than anything. Like, the specialty meats, like the way they're seasoned, the way they're, like, just made in general. They have a whole section of the menu that's like, yo, you can get, like, one of these three, like, I think it was like a Hiracha. They had, like, soaps and stuff. Like, you pick one thing you want, and then you go down the list of, like, 12 meats. And you're just like, all right, I want it to be carnitas. I want a soap carnitas stuff. Like, it's so good, because then you can just pick and choose, and they just make it. And you just get good meat. Like, they have all kinds of pork, chicken, like, all of it. Which I love that setup. I highly prefer that setup out of a Mexican place than just being like, you get there, they give you the menu, and it's just like, you can have a chicken burrito, and you're like, can I get a carnitas burrito? And they're like, no, it's chicken burrito. And you're like, oh, god damn it. Like, it just feels bad. It's good though, because now I know 2 good burrito places near here. Like, real good burrito places. I bet it's good in Cali. There's only one other spot that I think's that good. Like, this place is really good though, because there's like 20 different types of things you can get. But there's another one that has a lot of options for meats, but not a lot of options for what it's going to be on. There's a Hispanic, like, grocery store next to it, and they're both owned by the same people. So there's like a pass through between them. So you can go grocery shopping in the Hispanic grocery store and then go next door and order really good, I think mostly burritos. Like, I think it's only burritos, but you go in and there's like 3 types of burrito, which is mostly just like the extra stuff that goes on it. Like, whether it's like beans of certain kinds, stuff like that, whether you're going to get like a ton of hot peppers and things. And then you pick a meat. Like, you pick, I want this version of the burrito with this meat. And they're like, done. And then they make you a burrito the size of your head. And you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to go with that. All right. So the way NPO distance still works, as we were talking about, is this room's probably going to try to fully clear itself before this room goes, most likely. So move. Full move would be 6, and then 2 through the door. It can't get to cover if it goes through the door, so it is most likely just going to move up and position very close to his friend. All right, next up from the Kasrkin. But yeah, that one place is just straight burritos. That's it. That's all you get, burritos. So good. But this other place, I'm pretty sure it was Hiracha that I had. It's like the fried tortilla, like it's puff fried. And it was really big, like a lot. And it had like a layer of beans, all kinds of vegetables. I went with carnitas because, God, I love that shit. And then, they took this fruit? No. They took a vegetable that was like big. And they sort of like steamed it. And then they cut it so that it was like weird. It was almost like shaped like a pineapple. Like, it had a bunch of little fingers on one side, and then it had, like, a solid section on the other, and they just put it on top. It was so good. But now I'm like, man, I just want to order a burrito from them and go pick it up. So that'll probably be tomorrow, if anything. You can, but assume that they are not going to beeline it through because they have to go around the landmine. And that means they're probably going to dip around this way. Most likely, because they can't pass the mine on this side. So most likely one of them is going to activate and come over here, and then the other is going to activate and go over here. At which point, you're thinking to move and dash, I'm guessing, to potentially even bring... The issue is you can't pass through the door because you're going to be passing within an inch of control range here. So most likely the grenade launcher would move here is what you're thinking, right? To then shoot here. You're only going to hit this guy. He's not going to have cover because you're going to be within 2 inches. He's not going to have obscuring because, again, 2 inches. And then you'll probably only saturate into maybe 1 or 2 other units. And then that guy's going to shoot you. Most likely, because I think in order to pull off that distance, 6, like we do go 7 inches, so we would probably go to there and then the inch over to pull it here. And then you could, with 3 APL, fire and then potentially dash out. It's a little safe, but I'm not sure what's going to happen there. So if you're looking to fish, if we're looking to see how those guys are going to bunch up, you could drop a mine here and then start backing out of this room. You could also start bunching these guys up around this guy for the next turn of free dash reposition. There's a lot of fishing potential here because we don't really need these guys that active. I will say, someone you might want to hold off on activating after those guys bunch up in this corner. You may want to hold off activating this guy. He might be the one you want to do before you actually go in for the grenade launcher. Because your grenade launcher might not kill enough. And if you have them all bunched up, that guy needs a visible operative. So not line of sight targetable, but visible. And then all operatives within an inch of the visible thing he's throwing this stun grenade at will take a -1 APL on a D6 roll of 3+. So even if you don't kill the things in that corner, they'll be at -1 APL, which is not great for 2 APL melee units. Because they can charge, they can't fight. And Kasrkin troopers have access to smoke and stun grenades for free. I need to go get one of my contrast paints. I'm going to repaint the 3D printed orders. I'm going to repaint the conceal orders, because the conceal orders and the engage orders look exactly the same, and it's not like exactly the same, but they're the same color. And I like the new system that they're doing where the conceal orders are a dark color and then the engage orders are a bright color. I'm probably going to paint like Leviathan blue or something for the conceal. I might need to buy some more Pro Acryl though. I have the So Flat White. We might be okay. So Flat White is... it's okay. I still think Pro Acryl White's better than it, but... So Flat White seems to work in a pinch, which is really good. So do you want to do the thing I was talking about where we plant a mine tokens, I guess. We have the melted mine guy actually place the mine and then run away. That way we have a mine behind us for the people who are going to be working their way through. So, ostensibly this. He places the mine here. That way no one can come through this door or this way without hitting this thing. And then we reposition him. Which would be basically to the door. So in the old system, this guy could still go through, but he'd have to go around. But in this new system, because allies can pass through allies, you can still straight line measure and then go. So that's pretty good. All right, NPO time. Melt-a-mine placed, right? That's the way he works. I know that's how most of them work now. I don't know if he has like a different way to do it. Yeah, so you have a pickup marker and place marker function for his melt-a-mine. So his melt-a-mine is down. Oh, and he performs a free dash. I keep forgetting they did this. So it would be 3 to there. And then another 3 to get him there just the way it is. He'd have 2 inches extra to like pass into the room and then move an inch up. So a common occurrence with a lot of these mine planters is that they get a free dash if they use place marker. Keep an eye out for those because that is actually a really good combo. So he is also within the 3-inch range of the recon. He will get the dash reposition as well. NPO o'clock. So these guys are still closest. So it's probably going to be a move dash situation. Gets them around. So 3 and then 2 extra and then the dash. We'll pull him along the wall. I need to physically see where he is. Yeah. Okay, good. Now, you could wait for them to bunch up more, as we were saying, or you could activate the plasma gun and engage, move it up to here, take the one guy out, and then do the grenade launcher to move up later and then dash out. Completely a possibility. Or we still churn. The medic can move up into a good position in preparation. The leader can come up as well if he wants. There's options. This guy can try to start cycling, although... Nah, yeah, if this guy cycles, he'll probably be able to get to a good spot over here. Because the trick is, again, this marker is a 5-inch range. So he's within, and then this wall would also be within. So if he moved up to here and then fired the plasma, he would get the balanced work on it. As long as... this guy being here... 9, or rather... so 6, so technically 7. 14. 1, 2, 1. 15, 16, about 17. Versus 9. This guy's probably going to go. Once we get up to this wall, this guy's probably going to go before this room goes. Which means we're going to have to deal with getting shot at. His most likely play is to maneuver 6 up to the wall and then shoot. Although I will look at his behaviors, because I think he might shoot and then move. Which technically would give you obscuring. Yeah, so he always wants to shoot before repositioning. If he doesn't need to like fall back. So you could lure out a round of shooting, 2 rounds of shooting to be exact, if something gets placed here. If something gets placed there, he will open fire on it in his turn, but you could position it in such a way easily where if you put like the side of his base here, whatever he's about to open fire on, not only would you get in cover, you would also get obscured from this wall. He would fire twice, and then he would most likely move up to that wall. A lot of options here, man. A lot of options. But you're going to want to do it soon. Because I feel like if you don't, he's just going to move to here. And then just unload on like the plasma gun. Because these guys are just sitting in the open at this point. He'd be able to fire at this guy if the plasma gun guy dies. He'd also be able to hit the Vox Trooper. Like, it is at this point, like... Like, that's something we have to think about. That gunner back there is going to go the moment that heavy finishes, or the medium melee finishes. So we have 1 activation. So do you want to activate plasma and then put him in cover in a way where we'll be obscured against that guy? Thus forcing him to waste both of his rounds of shooting at someone who is in cover while being like obscured as well. And then attempting to kill that guy. I think that might be the best play here. For like manipulating the NPO. Because it'll prevent that guy from just popping up to the wall after a turn and just killing like 1 or 2 people here. So we can try that. Which also means we're going to get our first attack roll of the game. He can pretty much move up to the wall. The play by intention part here would be to make sure that from the edge, it does pass through the wall, which it does. That way it's guaranteed that you're obscured because you're outside of an inch of the heavy. And then we unload on the NPO. So, concept. This is a tough brawler. He has a 4+ save. He is not in cover. He is not obscured. So it's a 4+ save against a plasma gun. He has 10 wounds. 10 wounds. So plasma gun gets piercing 1 basic. We could go to lethal 5. It is early enough and he's not injured, so the hot roll would be a 3+. We do get a balanced rule though. So 4 attacks hitting on 3s with balanced, piercing 1 as a basic at 4/6. There's a chance we don't, I mean there's okay. So there's a chance we don't kill it regardless. We could just outright roll all 2s and then re-roll into a 2. That's how dice games work. But mathematically speaking, we do get the balanced benefit. We do have a command point that we can run potentially neutralize. No, if the target is expended and not in cover, we can't do neutralize. Do we hot? Do you guys want to go hot, or do you guys want to risk it on a lighter attack? There's a chance that even with the obscuring, when this gunner goes and double shoots into the Kasrkin gunner, even with the obscuring, even with all of that, he might die. But if not, we got something pretty good. We can retain a cover save, so that's super useful. So do you want to go hot? We leaning into firing hot or no? Arturo's saying hot. You feel hot, PhD? We going hot? Got the 4 dice. 3 up to hit. 1 reroll from balanced, guaranteed, if necessary. At most, he could take 4 damage from going hot and failing on a 2. I'm going hot. I think we're going hot here. 3 ups. 1 reroll from balanced. Everything hits. No crits, but everything hits. All of it. Now, that was a 4. We could still... We have balanced, and balanced doesn't care if it's a miss or a hit. We could go for a crit, but I'm going to go ahead and say I kind of doubt that we're going to need the crit, honestly, because all he's going to get is 2 armor saves at this point. Dropping 2 still hits for 10. There's actually no reason... Actually, no, lethal 5, we're hot, right? Yeah, so 1 crit's in there as well. There's no way for him to save this. Like, there's 0 potential for him to save because he only has the 1 armor save, or 2 armor saves, which can at most prevent 10 of... It's either 10 or 11, but it still lets through 10 or 11 damage. Is basically what I'm saying here. So that is an absolute gib. I'll put him over here. And then we take the new hot roll, which means he needs a 3+. Oh. Of course. course. I don't think we can reroll hot rolls. Command rerolls are only for hit rolls, if I'm not mistaken. Hit or defense. Or is it any dice? After rolling your attack or defense dice. Yeah, so this isn't how that works. Operative uses weapon. Roll a d6 at the result. Yep, so we can't. Multiplied by 2, though, it's the lesser of damage. All right. Now the retaliation begins. So the way it's sequenced is because he sees the target, he has to shoot. He doesn't really have an option. He can double shoot, so he is going to double shoot. Unless the guy dies in a single round. But, I mean, we've given the Kasrkin gunner the best possible chance here. Like, genuinely the best possible chance. Four attacks. I don't think there's any firefight command ploy we can use here that really matters. Nope. So, none to really worry about. Four attacks, hitting on 3s. So, a hit and a crit that gets reduced because you can't crit when obscured. I'm going to go ahead and say they reroll once because they do have command points. I'm not going to like dump rerolls. Yeah, so they rerolled once, they still failed. So 2 hits. No AP on this. The Kasrkin will probably just retain a save from cover. And then he's looking for a 4+, which he gets, negating basically everything. Second round for the second APL. 3 ups. All hits, like full-blown hits. That gets reduced. 1 gets dropped. Actually, we didn't need to re-roll that because it was only a hit and a hit. And yeah, so the last one would have negated anyway. Got to remember, you have to dispatch a single dice roll. So auto retain. Looking for 4s. He's probably going to take a little bit of damage. Hopefully, he at least saves one of these. Saves them both. He took the full volley as he screamed for Cadia. So that's both the shoot action potentials. This guy now moves with his 3rd APL up. So now, basically, everything in this room we don't really need to care about. Most likely what's going to happen is these guys are going to start flooding this way. This guy is probably going to move and dash to about, I'm guessing, here. And not be able to see, but that does mean a second gunner is coming around the corner. What's the play? We can do the grenade now. We could do the grenade now where it moves up, fires, and dashes out of the way. The melt-a-gun could go afterwards, get right up to the door, and then open fire on the gunner, see what happens, and then again, get out of the way. Options, options, options. We could just maneuver a little bit. With the grenade launcher, it would be 6 and then over for 7. It would put him here. He'd only really be able to see that guy with his grenade. And the grenade launcher is blast 2 or 1. Blast 2. Which would catch all 3 of them, and within the range, like we'd have to do this very specifically. He's gonna need to stay outside of 2, like literally on the line of 2, which is actually kind of problematic because the way you negate cover is by being within 2. Or do you have to be at 2? I think you have to be within 2. So if he does this, he's going to take blast as well. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, this is live. We're tinkering around, co-oping it up with the chat, trying to get through a mission. Let me check something. It has blast 2, but because the guy's in conceal in cover, and there's probably no way you can get full sight on his whole base, you're gonna have to be within 2 inches to fire, which means he's going to take his own blast. Although I know people have said you can't target your own allies with it. I think that's just a miswording. I genuinely do. I'm pretty sure he can hit himself. They're very explicit with certain characters that have AoE functions like placeable mines, that the only unit that won't take damage from his own placeable mine is that unit. But there was something here, I thought, that we could maybe do. Maybe not. Yeah, it's only severe. That doesn't really help. I thought there was a way to make it so you could ignore cover at 3 inches. Cover retreat wouldn't work. Give no ground doesn't matter. It has to not be in cover for you to gain the rerolls. Shooting an operative within 30 range data card has the accurate one. Wait, what did you guys give your people? Dagger, foregrips, and relics. Okay, so foregrip is just 3-inch range gives you accurate 1. No, yeah, you'll get accurate 1. That's for sure. But again, you have to be within 2 in order to fire. And I do lean into, because it says all other operatives. It declares secondary, right? You select a primary. After shooting, shoot with this weapon against each secondary target. Roll each sequence separately. Secondary targets are other operatives. It doesn't say friend or foe, visible to and within X of this primary target. So this could ostensibly kill the frag grenade. I mean, we won't take rerolls. We're not going to take any of the rerolls. We're not going to take the accurate roll because you don't have to do it. You're not explicitly made to retain. Like accurate says you can retain. So if we're looking to potentially nuke 3 things around this corner, that's a possibility. Again, the trooper has access to a stun grenade. It might be a good idea to move the trooper into cover next to the plasma gunner and then throw his stun grenade now to try to see if he can stun a bunch of those units on the other side of the wall. So if they don't die, they are all APL1. That's just me, though. That's just me. I think it'll only hit... Let's see. It only hits within an inch. It'll just be the 2 poxwalkers that get hit with the stun. So it would be this trooper moving here and then throwing a stun grenade. He doesn't have to come out of conceal. Stun grenades can be thrown from conceal. If we want to do that first. We can do that. Because the target only has to be visible to him, which it is. Stun grenade, which he gets 1 of per turn, along with the smoke grenade, which we're not going to worry about right now. Poxwalker near door. Nope. Poxwalker far from door. Yes. All right. We start gunning into it. 6. Drop it to 5. He won't be able to pass into the door, so he'll just move up. Crack door. So we at least have 1 guy over there that's stunned now, which is good. But, I mean, that might be the guy that dies. So back onto this side. Current potentials can lean into 6, an inch in. We could Move the Melta up, try to take out the heavy, and then dash him away a bit to give him a little bit of space between where the grenade launcher guy is about to unload and see what happens to the heavy. We could do that. Or we could attempt the grenade launcher now and see what happens. Either way, that's like these are the two key combat moments. Would be grenade launcher into these guys, melt a gun into the far guy. Everything else over here is about repositioning, most likely around this guy for the free reposition function, which we can continue to fish. We can tinker around with that. Currently the medic is on hold, which is good because in its current position, it could run over here and heal this guy back up from the hot damage it took. And the grenade launcher guy, if it moves up and blows stuff up and then survives, maybe takes a little bit of damage and then backs out, we could move the medic up and heal that as well. So it's up to you guys. Which do you want to see first? Some repositioning? Just getting some people in place? Do we go for the heavy gunner? Do we go for the little dudes? Just gonna keep staring at this model I'm gonna use as a sorcerer. God, he looks good. Dude, Nurgle models just look so good. I'm really hoping whatever they're planning to do with the Thousand Suns refresh or adjustments or whatever new models we're getting, like, genuinely gives us some fantastic flavor. But I don't think I've owned a single Nurgle model where I haven't just been like, this is amazing. Let me know what you guys think. I'm gonna grab some cheese sticks. Maybe some pepperoni. I think I'm gonna figure out how to make some golden curry in a crock pot with some chicken or something. Nurgle's good. Arturo's saying we go for the gunner first. I could lean to that. We could check that out. See how it handles. So the gunner would be the Melta into that gunner to see if we clear it, which is perfectly fine. There's honestly very little that's wrong with that action because there's no downside. So the full action, as we measured, would put us pretty much in front of the door here. And within 6 of him. He does get cover, but this is a melt-a-gun. Melt-a-guns don't normally care about cover. 4 attacks. We'll roll gray dice here. 4 attacks, hitting on 3s. It is within the sweep reroll function. So he does at least get 1 reroll. Yeah. Oh, he needs it. That is actually horrifying. So we do have a crit, which is really good. But we also have 3 misses. I'm going to roll the balanced reroll now. Good. So we have a hit and a crit. The character we're shooting at only gets 1 potential dice roll for an armor save. He is in cover, so we can't use the neutralize target function. That's just not something we can use. Do we want to potentially... Oh yeah, the relic. We could relic here. Honestly, it's probably best to relic, because even if we command reroll, I think we only reroll 1 for the command point cost. So yeah, it's probably best to relic here. So this would get discarded. This just becomes like a regular hit. The enemy, it is piercing 2, so he only gets 1 dice roll of a 3+, which he would retain here. That way it would drop 1 at least. Because if he rolled it, even if he got a crit, he would want to stop a full, like, regular hit. So, in total, we are looking at 4 from the devastating, 2, 3, the extra 3 for the 7, and then another 6 for 13 total damage. He is injured at 1 wound remaining. We then use the last bit of the APL to back out in a situation where we won't get hit by the blast, and we should, yep, we are within range of the recon to get the dash. Injury is good because now that thing hits on a 4, and it's 4-inch movement instead of 6. Not the best outcome, but a good outcome. And mind you, that's similar in durability to how elites are. We're dealing with a lot of units here, so when you play against elites, if you have Meltagun access, like Meltagun, Wraith Cannon, the Dark Lances, stuff like that, those are your key players that you need to try to not trade. You want them to do at least 2 big things before dying. Because if they can wipe 2 units off the field in 2 turns, oh, it's the best. It's so good. So, the follow-up. 6. It can't go through the door with it, so we'll go to 3, which brings it to just in front of the door. And then an inch. It feels about the same. No, you have to do the dash first. Because you lose an inch if you don't dash first. So he would dash to about there. It doesn't allow him to go through the door. But then the door itself would be an inch to get to the door, an inch to cost to go through the door, which then, from the door's ledge, puts him about here. So what do you want to do now? Do we just go straight in and see what happens with the grenade launcher? We definitely want to conserve the medic to see if we can get the medic to heal the grenade launcher if it goes kind of wrong. Think it's time? Okay. So 6 up plus the extra inch brings it to the door within 2 inches of the enemy, negating all obscuring and cover, which means also for the rest of the units that it hits, which is all 3 of them along the back wall, no cover or obscuring. Rerolls potentially from balanced, as well as accurate for within 3 inches of the target. So this is actually a fun interaction. Let's take a look at something real quick. We need to remember we have Relics of Cadia as an option here. But also, whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting an operative within 3 inches of it, ranged weapons. So conceptually what we have here is a grenade launcher that, because the core target is within 3 inches of the Kasrkin, accurate 1 will be applied to all units that get hit by the blast. Again, you can choose, so we're not going to choose to retain against the Kasrkin trooper or the Kasrkin gunner. So what we're looking at here is grenade launcher, frag, 2-inch range, 4 attacks each at a 3+ to hit. We will start with the Poxwalker closest to the door. He is within 3, so he will retain 1, I think. Just to do it. Yeah, so the relic's out. But he is within range to consider accurate. He also has a balanced reroll. So we're rolling 3 dice. Hitting on 3s, balanced is an option. First Poxwalker on the inside of the door. So that is everything. All hits. This is blast. So technically, 2 crits, 2 hits on the Poxwalker. Because we are close quarters. 5+. Poxwalker gets, there's no piercing here, so it's 3 saves, 5+. So only 1 save. If there's a chance that he's able to live if he rolls another save, I will do the reroll from a command point. If not, he's dead. So that would be 8, 9, 10, 11, technically 8, 9, 10. He has 7 health. There is no way. So he is out. Second Poxwalker. Retain with accurate. We have 1 hit. And we have 1 balanced roll. Oh my god. At least this is the one that has the APL that's down. Five ups. No retained saves though. So this is 2, 4. I don't think he would reroll here. I think he's fine with it. Maybe. This puts him in injury. I don't think they'd reroll on a 5+, because a 5+, at the very least a 50-50, probably a reroll. But a 5-up, probably not. So no saves, 4 damage. Down to 3. So injured with an APL down. Now we go to the tough guy. Use a retention. 3 pluses. We do get a crit as well as 2 hits. A tough is 10 wounds at a 4+. We could balanced reroll to go for a 5, but it's not like there's a chance we get too low. I don't think it's good enough. I really don't think it's good enough to attempt to go for a 5 here. But I'll leave it up to you because this is technically a free reroll, so it's not going to cost us anything. Do we go for a potential other crit? I'm going to leave it to you guys before I roll these defense dice. I'm going to eat some, I'm going to eat a cheese stick here. Nom 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 nom. It's a bad percentage because it is a 5+. It's not like a 50-50. There's always the chance we roll from a 3 to a 2, which would suck. Burton's saying YOLO. Ooh. No harm, no foul. We tried. One away. It's pretty good. But still, 4 ups. Okay. Okay, so crit, counter. Normal. Normal. Wouldn't have mattered either way. So 2 out of 10. No. Yeah, 10. So 8. Alright, now the problem. Into himself. He's not going to retain from accurate. He does have the balanced keyword, so if he does hit or crit, I think we reroll that. No retention, 3+. He has 2 crits. I'm going to reroll one of the crits. Into a crit. Goddamn. Well then. So I haven't rolled the defense dice yet. We do have command points. I just did the balanced on 1. Do we want to attempt to re-roll the other crit with a command point to try to negate it? Again, for those just joining, we are now hitting ourselves. I know there's the back and forth currently going on about whether or not you can hit yourself with a blast or hit allies with a blast. The trick is that the blast rule explicitly says you're supposed to roll shooting attacks against all other operatives within range of that. I understand that the shooting attack claims it'll only work against enemies. I genuinely think this is an oversight, so we're just going to go with it this way. It is a play. We could command point reroll one of the crits. We already balanced reroll one of the crits into a crit, which sucks. Which is also crazy high percentage. Again, we are in close quarters, so a 5 and a 6 will work as a crit, but we can spend a command point and hope to God we roll a 3 or a 4 or below. If not, we're relying on way too much 4+ potential. PhD bot saying we do the reroll. You guys down with it? That's even if we need to seize the initiative, which we might. I'm guessing you're saying send it as in do the reroll. Dude, if I roll another 5 or a 6, this is so expensive. Okay, good. So, crit 2 hits. We got a downgrade. Beautiful. Kasrkin, 4+ saves. So, definitely needed. Crit in a normal is 6 total damage. It'll injure him. But he's still alive and can get the hell out. Alternatively, we do have an extra command point. We could 50-50 reroll again. But again, it is 1 command point we are sitting at. We do generate command points at the beginning, but if we're going to seize the initiative, we're going to need to hold on to this. So we can go with the 6 and then do what we were thinking, where we move him out and then next turn maybe move the medic up and heal to try to bring him back up, which is 2d3. We would need maximum roll for that. I'm leaning towards letting it ride and seeing what the medic does. Alright, we'll let it ride. We'll see what the medic does. But that is for 5-6 damage on an 8 health player. Dropping it to 2. And then with the 3rd APL we gave it, dash out. Okay. Pretty quick, I'm thinking. So 6 to the door, 2 to go through because it needs to spend an inch. No, yeah. Getting initiative would be pretty big. The question is, how do we play it? So the max he can go is to just in front there. Not enough to plasma pistol that guy down. done. What do we have? We have the medic, which can go up here and do its thing. We have the trooper that already chucked the... What are you? Oh, yeah, you're the demo. Okay. So we've still got the hotshot Laz back here. And we've got the medic and the leader. So we can try the medic now. We can try to get the medic to, you know, pan out and actually help out a little bit. See how he rolls. Yeah, get the medic through. So the medic requirement, if I'm not mistaken, is engagement range. Operative's control range. Yep. So we only have to really play an inch away, which should put the medic in you get free dash distance. That's not the medic. Here. Move up. Tempt the heal, 2d3. So 3, 4, 5. So almost full. Out of injury, back up to 7. How do we do this? Probably just move up to the wall. Crack the door. So we have a leader and a hotshot volley. The leader can't really get anywhere of value. At best, he can end his move here. It is still outside of 6 of shooting him. He can't see anyone on the other side of this wall. He might just be best to figure out a good reposition, whether we want to move him forward to try to push through, or if we want to leave him in the back, kind of in this general area, so that when these guys start piling in, he might be able to counter some stuff. Alternatively, hotshot can go 6 into the room. Hotshot can't get vision either from his angle. So he's pretty much probably... Both of these are probably just going to be move dash concepts. So just let me know where you guys think you want one of them to go, and we can just get that underway. Because we can easily move the leader like up into this zone here if we want to consider that the repositioning action will push him and everything here up to the door to then pile in the following turn. Or again, if we want him like back here, kind of covering everyone's asses. I'm gonna eat myself some pepperoni. Might just buy a giant pepperoni stick, honestly, next time I'm there. Because I feel like the pepperoni sticks are about the same cost as a bag of pepperoni that's pre-cut. And it's like twice the amount of pepperoni. I doing wrong here? Why are you not opening? There we go. Where do you want to put them? Do you want to put them closer to the front line or try to keep them folded back to protect the back line as another plasma weapon that could potentially stop some elites in their tracks? Also remember that a key reason we picked up the hotshot las, like the machine gun, is because that torrent does give it lethal 5. Like, I cannot believe they made Into the Dark, the Gallo Dark, much more insane for things like heavy bolters. Like, the Death Jester in close quarters like this is insane. Thinking backline. Probably just like a little bit up. Just to hang out. Because this guy will be able to come in and like roll this way. If need be. Or we can just... we could pinch the door. Like this guy could sit on one side of the door. That guy could sit on the other. This is where pre-measurement comes into play. There's no way these guys charge. Right? But at best, what one of them could do is move up 6. Open the door. And then dash in. Which they're going to have to do. Like, it's just gonna be a thing. So they will be in here, but they won't be close enough to charge. So it could be a viable concept to stay and conceal and just do that. And then this guy, when he goes to his activation, will just go here. And they'll hold the door. Hold the door! Hold door. Because the leader has a good distance into the room to shoot. And we still have the melt-a-mine there. Okay. Activate. 6 down to 5. No. Best thing to do is 3 to the door. And 5 in the room. Pull that to about here. And then, yeah, we'll pull this guy back. And we finish out the NPOs. So something we figured based on ranges, this guy would move and dash about here. The rest of them based on ranges would move and dash to door. You cannot open door. That's what round 1 looks like. Actually, okay, that's interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have, through that process, we have like 4 counteracts. This guy can't move because of counteract because he's in conceal. Honestly, if we want to spend a counteract, I mean, the core of it is plasma into the gunner, right? I keep forgetting about counteract because I don't often play where you have so many activations after your own. The reality here is we moved him, and then we had 1 space, 2 space, 3 space, 4 space. So game state wise, we can actually do this. You can only do things with the in-engage units. One's probably going to be the plasma gun trying to finish off the ranged gunner. The rest could be these 2 guys moving a couple inches. If they want. So do we want to do the plasma into the gunner? Do we want it to be a hot roll, or do we want it to be a regular roll? I don't think Astartes can counteract and conceal. There's specific ones that do it, like the Phobos Executioner, but it's not counteract. It's his guard. I'm pretty sure Astartes just get counteract. Where's Angels of Death? Astartes. Each friendly angel is... Oh, okay. Can counteract regardless of its order. Okay. So they can counteract, but if they're in conceal, they can't shoot. They can only move. That's Angels of Death, though. Let me double check to make sure it's not just them specifically. We will check with Phobos. Where's Phobos? Phobos. Where are you? Legion. Phobos. Yep, Legion can do it. We're thinking standard. We're not going to risk the chance at more damage. Ah, Phobos can do it as well. Okay. Does Warp Coven have it? I thought maybe Warp Coven was kept slower. Because hashtag Warp Coven. Like, I want to play Warp Coven, but I really want to get really good at a team that's going to stick around. Oh, they can, as long as they're Heretic Astartes, which means no Zangor counteracts while in conceal. But sorcerers, though. Okay, so we're not going to overheat this plasma gun into the gunner to see if we finish it off. Like, I want to... Wait, okay, so the big one for me... And it's probably not going to do it. It's because they have specialty little units is probably why they wouldn't allow for this. It's the Hyrotech. Nope, just reanimation, living, and magnify. Nothing else. That's fine. Alright, so plasma gun, standard, 4 attacks, hitting on 3s. Let me double check distances. 5 and 5. We do get balanced. Yeah. Which, oh my god, we need. Oh my god. Okay. I want to reiterate that the gray dice the other day when we were doing this was basically rolling nothing below 5. So I think we've worn out the gray dice's ability to roll ridiculous. Good. The problem is he's in cover, so I can't do the whole like re-roll everything function. What else do we do? Because we do have 2 other counteract potentials with the other 2 guys. What would we have done? Do we want to reposition them slightly forward? Give them a little bit of an edge. Or do we just want to leave them where they are and not care? Means we can only move them 2 inches. Which would put them up to the door. We could probably stack the door up to here. The main guy back there does have frag grenades. There are 2 frag grenades on this team. I would probably say... I don't want to give vision without him having to do some serious maneuvering. Playing around with the NPL information means he's going to, if he activates, most likely shoot this guy. He's not going to have any other options, really, to target. Maybe this guy back here, I think, might actually work. Because I believe the sequence... There's actually a sequence for how they target. Not obscured, neither are obscured. Not in cover. I think he would open fire on this guy first. Back here. He would open on the Vox. This guy right here. So we do need to try to kill him. Like, as quickly as possible. Are we going to do seize the initiative? Is the plan to at least have seize the initiative active before the end of the game? Let me double check seize the initiative because we might technically not be able to do it. But, I mean, this is kind of our first run on field with the Kasrkin. The end of the... Oh, no. So it's at the end of the phase. So we're at the end of the phase. Do we do it? Do we at least buff our team with the potential of a really good initiative roll? Seize the initiative. So... We currently have initiative, so we lose ties. Gray is Kasrkin. Red is NPOs. Okay. So we have a 5. They have a 6. We're going to make them reroll. Wait, what did I say red is Kasrkin, gray is NPOs? Oh my god, my brain. The pepperoni's got me. Pretty sure I said gray is Kasrkin. No, red is Kasrkin, gray is NPO. Right? It's a good roll for the 5, and we would force the NPOs to reroll that 6. So did I. But you guys have the ability to roll back the video. Don't make me roll it back. I'll do it. I'll pull out my phone. So I did say gray is Kasrkin? Oh, so we don't even need it. If gray's Kasrkin, we don't need any forced rerolls. It doesn't matter. Here we go! We take primary. So, boop, boop, and boop. We are very close. We do have the free strategic reposition, which we'll probably use at some point here. We also have to pick a situation to be in, which, if I'm not mistaken, at this point, we're probably going to want it to be severe. No, it's definitely a good safety measure. Severe. If you don't retain any critical successes, you can change one of your normal successes to a critical success. I think we go to severe mode. When a Kasrkin operative is shooting a ready enemy operative. So we have to pick them off now. We have to go one by one and target whatever isn't, like, whatever hasn't gone. This is also where NPO behavior can come into play. Because what we can do is we can attempt to kill him, probably with, like, the plasma gun, most likely. What's going to happen is that this one APL Poxwalker is going to charge him. 100%. That's how the NPOs work. But he's 1 APL, so he's going to charge. He's not going to fight. And he's also going to kind of force his ally to be stuck. But the ally will be able to move up and then door fight to fight this guy. And he actually gets benefit because there's someone in combat with him. Because you can't benefit from people on the other side of the door, but you can benefit from people actually in control range of you. So we go light him up. And we kind of need to figure out what to do here. So light them up will be active. We have severe active. Now, other thing we can do, because, I mean, they're passing every time. It's just passing. The next thing we can do is target him with the scout, the reposition ability. So they have to be within 3 of him and outside of 3 of enemies, which it's going to happen. This door forces the 3-inch measurement to go around. It's not going to matter. So he can reposition the medic, the demo, and this guy if he wants. As well as himself. They can all make a dash for free. So we can pile up if we want. We can move to the side. Try and reposition the medic, maybe over to the plasma to help out. And remember, the enemy does have a minefield right here. So whatever we do, it's going to end up with us having to kill whatever's here and then push in this way. I'm going to leave these. I'm not flipping these over. There are too many of these. We'll flip them back when we're good. Well, the recon repositioning is done in the strategic phase because it's just using the ploy for free. The question is, do I want to, like, I could be like, all right, this medic's going to go over here. That way he can be prepared to heal the plasma gunner. The recon himself, because he has the anti-obscuring function, will go up here. Remember, as we were talking about earlier, allied bases do not negatively affect other allies. You can't end on an ally, but you can go through them completely, which is fantastic. This guy, I don't know. Like, I like this guy. But he put his mind down, so he's kind of like a nothing now. This guy can reposition as well, but I don't think we do. I think he stays there, because most likely, if need be, he can go to activate and then do guard and wait for something else to come through the door. So, like, we can reposition that way, top of the phase. I think that'd be good. What's our opener, though? Their gunner will go first if he's still alive. He's hitting on 4s, though. He's hitting on 4s. He is going to target the Vox. Because the Vox is the only one that is unaffected by the general targeting. Because he won't target in cover units, which these guys are. He won't target in obscuring units, which this guy is. He will double... He's 100% going to double shoot the Vox back here. But then that means he's out of play. So here's the thing. He's hitting on 4s. He has 2 volleys of attacks that are going to be coming in. Sequence of play with NPOs. Let me double check to make sure. If it can perform the fight or shoot action, as determined by its behavior, and is the most threatening to do so, it has a better weapon, is most likely to incapacitate an enemy. He is most likely to incapacitate. He would go first. Because we have a 1 APL guy who can't fight, and then the other one that has to charge around. Maybe. Could probably do something. It's arguable. Because he gets to fight, he gets to shoot twice, which is good. The other one gets ceaseless, though. The trick becomes, do we activate the Vox? Okay. This is actually, yeah, this is kind of a struggle conceptually. Because we could activate the Vox. hand one APL out, and then move him to get him out of line of sight of that guy. If he gets out of line of sight of that guy, the determination is between whether this guy shoots at the plasma gunner twice, or if this guy here charges most likely this guy. Because we did a little bit of damage to him, but he's really not that messed up. He's only at 8. We'd probably, honestly, we would probably roll a dice. Because then the question becomes, if the gunner chooses to go first and then does 2 rounds of shots into the plasma, who hopefully saves through it, maybe. Then we'd be open to running the grenade launcher into the room like a cross, I think, because we did kill this guy, which means the 1-inch range that was blocking the door is gone. He could run into the room and then grenade launcher those guys again. By the way, this is gone. Unless we want to put it back in. Do we want to do a marksman aura? The sweep shot, or no? We're getting close, so I think we have accurate now, so I don't think it matters as much. This is where the puzzle really hits. It is actually a struggle too, because if we flip the coin to see if that guy shoots here and then this guy survives, we run into the room, grenade launcher those 2 down, that guy's going to pop around the corner and then probably shoot the grenade launcher. Remember, there is a gunner here. Okay, so if we shoot sequence, we activate the plasma, we shoot the gunner to bring him down, right? We're probably going to want to move this guy, maybe, or maybe not, because this guy, if he moves, he tries to stay in cover while shooting, so he'd be here. He would then double shoot, which means the obscuring we benefited from against with this guy would occur. But that would be later. First up, after killing this guy, would be this guy runs around the corner and charges this guy and fights. Which we have knives for, but those melees are 4 or 5. They're quite good. We could run fully in the room with the grenade launcher over here. And then fire the grenades at them from within 3, giving us the accurate one. I think. Is that just hot shot or is that every gun? Yeah, it's ranged weapons. To possibly get rid of them, take 2 volley of shots from him at injured, which is 4 up to hit. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. The grenade launcher guy might die in that situation, but at least the 2 melee guys around the corner would be dead. Hopefully. It's rough. I'll take whatever, man. I'm just throwing down options, honestly. If you guys are straight up like, let's just kill the gunner, I'll do it, and then we'll see how this plays out. Your call. This is a difficult choice. I don't think we don't lose someone here, which is a problem. I think genuinely we lose one model in the next 2 activations, unless dice rolls go our way. It's up to you guys. After this, I gotta probably work on getting the rest of my stuff together. I'm working on the Vet Guard video. Yep, either way, we're taking some kind of damage, potentially. Either from an injured gunner firing on a grenade launcher who hopefully took out a couple of pox, or from a melee pox on the same guy. It's literally the grenade launcher is not in a good situation. Thankfully, we've protected the Melt-A-Gun. That's a good thing. The Melt-A-Gun is hyper important, I think, here. If we're considering the most damage situation, he would probably have to move and dash and then do it, which he has 3 APL. He would go over the wall, across to the front of the door, and then he would pick that guy, or like this guy, or actually no, he could probably pick that guy, or one of these guys over here, and he would throw a grenade into it. It might be the best option just to kill the gunner. Because if the NPO behavior is about how do you potentially do the most damage, him getting to the door and throwing a grenade right now is the most possible damage. And he's a marksman, so he is the only version of a unit that can shoot. Although the sequence for marksman is to shoot at the top of anything, so maybe he won't. Because if his first iteration of what he's going to do on his list of like what he's going to do in sequence is shoot, he can't really do that here. All right, we'll go for the gunner. We'll see how it works. Overheat or no? And I'm guessing with the plasma. The overheat we did before honestly wouldn't have helped because he rolled so poorly. This guy has 1 health. He's in cover. He's going to get a retainable save and a rollable save. Do we up it to lethal 5 with the bonus damage, or do we just attempt to roll a bunch of 3s? We will get a crit here, because he is ready. He's not going. So we do guarantee a crit regardless of what we do here. Standard? Alright. 3 ups. If we don't roll a crit, we get a crit. We do roll 2 crits. We don't get a reroll here because the marker is up. We held on to a command point. Probably no reason to reroll. He can't really... Yeah, he can't prevent this. Because he only gets 2 saves. One of them guaranteed is going to go through. So he is outie. Which leaves what I was talking about. Because the unit that goes, if it's able to fight or shoot, is like the key thing. It would definitely be this guy. And he would charge. So red dice for the Nurgle. 4 attacks, hitting on 4s. With ceaseless, but we'll do that in a second. Oh my god. So 2 crits, 2 misses. Let's see what the grenade launcher guy does. I'm guessing he's going to go combat dagger because it actually hits harder than I believe his gun butt. At the same attacks and hit rating. 3 attacks, 4+. So the way this works for rerolls is that because we hold initiative, we get to choose to reroll first. We only have 1 miss. It's honestly probably not worth it. But then he would go and then trigger ceaseless, which is, just to double check, that it is what I believe it was changed to. Reroll any of your attack dice of 1 result, which would be 3. Leaving an extra hit. So he has 7 wounds. This is a 4/5. He's dead, basically. Because conceptually speaking, the way this works is you push the 4 first. That way they can't parry. But that wouldn't matter with the parry anyway. Then he would push damage, and then you push the crit. And that's where that fight ends. And there's no potential enhancement for being in melee. There's no like, oh, negate the damage situation. Or there would have been if we picked it. It's the other one where it drops the 4 damage to 3. As long as it's a normal, which would have helped here, but not enough. Because it would have still been an 8 damage total between the 2. So yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. He does do, I believe, what, 3 damage? The knives are 3/4. So So yeah, we lost ourselves a grenade launcher. He is now at 5. All right, what do we do? Remember, there's another one through the wall. The trick is NPO behavior, like we were talking about, is that gunner over there is going to pop around the corner and open fire probably on this guy here, who isn't obscured. Any guesses? Any suggestions? Severe is active. Foregrip is active. But then what does the Melta do? Does it activate Avenge and then what? Do we want to move into the room? We could activate Shoot, maybe move here, because this guy is going to most likely charge, although the shooting would still be a thing we have to deal with. We still have the Vox option to provide others with benefits. How much was this guy at? 3. Might I suggest something? We don't do the Melta Revenge yet. This guy is going to pop around the corner and fire twice at the plasma soon. But if we activate the Vox, we could give him 2 action points and maybe someone else 2 action points. Or move him, however we feel we want to do it. And then what can happen is that because this guy has given him 2 action points, his play, or an extra action point, his play is to shoot, charge, fight. Because this guy's at 3 health. That is a combat blade. But if we shoot and then move into the room, that guy's going to come around and shoot. Like, we're still at this weird place because that guy needs to go. And by rules of the NPO, he will go next. Because you need to be able to, like, cause a fight. So I definitely think we provide the Melta an APL with the Vox. What else do we do with him? Who else gets an APL? Do we think the leader gets an APL for the potential phase where he has to help over here? Do we give it to the medic to hand out a heal and then, like, maneuver and shoot maybe? Do we give it to the recon guy or maybe the trooper so that the trooper, once all this is cleared out, can just sprint into the room and like get into a good position? And remember, when the leader goes, we can pick someone. For no action point, we can pick someone he can see, maybe? Select one from the Kasrkin Operative. He doesn't even need to see him. You can select him, you can activate him and just use this ability, and we can change someone's strat, like their bonus. So we could technically give the move function to like the trooper to give him the 7-inch movement with a 3 APL system and just sprint him into the room around the mine and get to here to prepare to flip that. Or even flip it in that turn. Yeah. Or we can just move him. We can get him out of the way and start maneuvering him up to follow them around to try to leave whatever this nonsense is behind. Couple options. Let me know what you think. The Melta is definitely a guarantee, because honestly, the Melta, utilizing some good functionality, should be able to kill the medium brawler and then the light brawler in one turn. We just have one more test coming up in the form of a double shoot. Try to get the trooper in there to start off our grabbing of stuff. All right, I'll do that. Second APL. All right, here it comes. What we have to survive. Good thing is, because we moved the medic, if this guy is about to go ham and wipe our medic out, he's not, or wipe our plasma out, he's not dead, which is huge. Absolutely huge. Either way. 4 attacks. Hitting on 3s, this is obscured. I'm going to go ahead and say flavor-wise. So 4 regulars, but with 1 ditched because it is an obscuring shot. Our guy can retain a save, of course. Saves it all. Second round. 3 ups. They have the command points for it. Nope. And drop. And retain. Ooh, no gets though. We only have 1 command point. It's almost not worth it. Because it is only 3 damage. I mean, we're probably going to hit him with a heal here in a second anyway. So I think he takes it. He'll go down to 3. We weathered the storm. Through the power of obscuring. Now I'm going to run you down what we were talking about with the Melta. Because we kind of already went over it. And it has to be done now, because if we don't, the other guy's probably going to charge us. And I don't want to get stuck in combat. Go to engage. Four attacks within 3 inches, accurate 1. So 1 guaranteed. Outside of that, 3 ups to hit, severe is active. 2 hits, 1 whiff. Up to a crit for the severe function. Puts him at 1 wound. He doesn't have enough armor saves to save any of that. Fully dead. Second action point, charge. Brings him in the room, puts him next to this guy. Trigger the fight action with his third action point. Three attacks. Hitting on 4s. He literally needs 1 4 here. Which he doesn't get. God damn it. Why do they disappoint us at the worst time? It's 3 attacks, 50-50. Do we need that command point for anything, or do we burn it? I mean, first let me see... We'd see the opposing unit before we reroll, honestly. Four ups. Okay. We have initiative, so we choose to swing first. We have 3 misses, so we'd have to choose to reroll first. Do we want to... Because, like, I'm pretty sure he's dead if we don't get a 4. We literally need to get a 4. God, Kasrkin melee is actually the worst. Is the relic melee? Once per turning point, friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting. It's shooting. Yeah, relic only works for shooting. Honestly... I don't think we're going to need the command point for seize the initiative. I don't. Literally, we need to roll a 4. 1 4. Come on. Yes. Put it through as a strike. That's enough damage. Kills him. All right. Next thing the opponent would most likely do. The issue here is that these guys won't move into the room. They seek cover is the whole thing. So they're probably going to stop at the door. Alright, what do we do? The medic will probably want to heal the plasma gunner at some point here. We have the 3 APL trooper that can get in the room. We have a demo trooper as well. What's the demo trooper benefit? He can't like stop the... That'd be cool if he could like run through minefields and blow them up and just keep going. Sadly, no. Minefields are just straight damage. Let's get some suggestions though, because like we're at a point where the key forward element we needed is done. Our medic can go, our demo trooper can go, our scout can go. We can activate our backline, but like I said preemptively, NPO behavior is going to make it so that these guys will move and then stop here. They're not going to step into the room if they can't get to cover. So they're most likely going to stay here until the following turn, where they're going to try to like move and dash this way, which is going to force them to have to take that as damage. While you guys decide, I've been chugging water, so I'm going to take another leak. BRB. Yes, NPO gunner has already shot. Have the medic heal and then move him. Okay, we can do that. The gunner's out until the next turn is basically the big thing. trying to think of how many activations. So we can count here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna get some counteracts, which means the plasma gun can return fire. And depending on angle. So non-reciprocal shooting used to be... Oh no, he needs to maneuver. He's gonna get obscured as well. Non-reciprocal shooting still kind of exists. It's not non-reciprocal, though. It's obscured reciprocal. Honestly, if we back these guys up a little bit, I think we're fine. Because it's going to be these guys moving up here this turn. And then next turn, they're going to push in. And if they can't make the charge, like... This is where you pre-measure, because this is how NPOs work. They can't shoot. They're brawlers. Brawlers do not have access to shoot, therefore they do not have access to the grenades. So they would move to the wall, and then from the wall they could go 2 inches in, up. So as long as these guys are like here, they'll be able to shoot in or react to whatever's going to happen in the next turn. But then one of these guys, honestly, the way it's probably going to end up working out is, for flavor's sake, they're probably going to toss this guy onto the mine. Like, he's probably just going to run in the room, take the mine, see if he dies. If he doesn't, he'll come up here injured. And then these guys will push in after, but they're not going to come in this room now because they're not going to be in cover. But if these guys push back a little bit, it's going to force these guys to have to move, dash, and then they could hatch fight. We're going to need to be outside of 2 inches of this door is the thing. We're going to need to be like back here. That way he can't hatch fight us. And then we can respond by moving forward and shooting or whatever we need to do. But yeah, we can heal. I don't know if we move back here. I think we keep going that way. What do you think? We can heal and then make the adjustment. Maybe pull him up to the door or something. I'm using 2 microphones right now, actually. The camera I'm using, though, is a Canon EOS M200 up there. This is a Logitech right here. This is just a webcam with a little light right here. And then we have an AT2020, the standard AT2020. This is an XLR, not the USB. That's the one I'm talking into now. And then over here is a Shure, the SM7B, which I have to tighten this. The frickin' metal piece connecting the Shure to the base is like loose. Just need to get the right screw for it. Yeah, we can do medic. So medic would activate within an inch, 2d3. So 2-5. That puts him back to full. And then we can adjust him over to here. Yeah, man. I set this whole thing up because I do, in the future, want to easily be able to record battle reports that I just put together. And this would work. Because I can technically just record it completely through OBS by pressing buttons. And I can throw together really quick, really good battle reports. I've been trying my best to be able to potentially do quick things like that. So like we said, this guy is closest. He will move up here into the door. I've been wanting to do battle reports again. I know I'm going to be going through the team overviews. We're working on the Death Corps right now. And then because of how this setup just works with Kill Team easily, and I have the box for dice rolls, which I can just quickly do. And this is big enough for either Vulcus or whatever map I want to do. Oh, it's perfect. It's so perfect. So it's our activation. Might I suggest the leader needs to go at some point here. He needs to then provide this trooper with the bonus move. That way the trooper could potentially work his way around this thing. Oh god, that guy's there. This thing, and then come here, and then have a hopefully an action point to sabotage that. AT 2020s are great. The thing is, this is all going through a mixer that I have. You can do it a couple different ways, but AT 2020s are pretty good for how cheap they tend to be. I know a few streamers that do AT 2020s USB, so that way you don't have to care about setting up like a mixer or any kind of XLR pass-through. But personally, I like the mixer because I can make choices. Because I actually have all the knobs that change like mid-tones, high tones, light tones. So what are we thinking? The leader definitely needs to go before the trooper, I think. But we do have a scout that we can maneuver who might be good to get into this room in a good position because he is going to be able to be targeted for a redeploy again. And it could help us push into that room very quickly. They can set up the leader. Okay. So what we would do is we would activate the leader for 0 action points. This guy gets the movement bonus enhancement instead. And like I said, what we need to do with him is potentially move him back. Now, there's a fun trick here, and this is something we need to maybe think about. The only gunner currently on the field is right over there. It's the back one. So we don't have to worry about getting shot. But what we can do is we can start flipping more of these to engage to potentially counteract more. So if you think you want to try and counteract more, maybe we just start coming out of conceal. We are getting to a point, though, where the enemies are going to be, like, it's going to be very close to how many counteracts we can get. We've taken out 5 enemies. They've only taken out 1 of us. We are 3 enemies away from getting some reinforcements. Now, this is where the kind of trickery we've done to the enemy team, this is where this comes into play. Because we have, based on the NPO rules, we have moved everyone in a slosh around back. The trick is if we can kite them without killing too many, we should be able to get maybe another point before we get any reinforcements. But yeah, do we want to go engage? Either way, we need to push him over 2 inches away from this door. That way he can't get hatch fought. God, I wish someone at the store wanted to play this. It is one of the most obnoxious things is when you're talking to people who are like, dude, I really want to play. We'll set the leader for, so he will activate and engage before doing that action over there. And then we'll push him back further than 2 from the door. The next one to go would probably be this guy. Pulling him in here with a move and a dash. Like, every time I go there and I have Kill Team stuff, and I'm like, who wants to play Kill Team? They're all like, we're a little busy today. And then, like, the whole time I'm sitting there chilling, people are like, man, I really wish I played Kill Team more. It sounds awesome. It's like, great. Like, half of the people in that store have been posting on the local Discord the paint jobs for their Kill Teams that they've recently purchased. And they're like, can't wait to learn. I'm like, whenever. Just let me know. I'll be there. If you're closer to this store instead, it's 2 minutes from me. I will be there whenever, all the time. All right, so we've got the trooper we can start the sprint game with. We've got this guy who most likely just needs to rotate back and potentially think of going to engage. The trooper probably should stay conceal because he'll be in cover and conceal over there. Local hobby stores can be good, especially if they're good at pushing their communities. The recon guy, I think once we have everyone in a core position over here, we can probably position this guy well because he needs to be within 3 of a bunch of units to give them all the extra dash. So, like, for instance, we have this guy around the corner. If we pull... So, if we get the trooper, so it's, like, on the edge here, right? And then we get this guy maybe, like, here or, like, up here or something. He could do the reposition to pull this guy against the wall and himself against the wall. That way, all 3 of them are in cover. It would force the gunner to pull forward, but the way the gunner works is that he would probably do another volley of shots at the plasma. Just because of his positioning. Although, if you consider, like, do most damage, he would potentially try to position himself by moving along this wall to see all 3 units and then throw a grenade in. Although it's one of those weird things because it's like a flavor thing, right? Like, it claims the first thing he'll try to do is shoot before moving. So, like, this is how you get around the difficulty, by controlling the entire way that the things are going to work. Because he'll reposition after he's done shooting. So that's the only time he'll reposition. Want to engage this guy and then move him back. We'll do that. Closest would be here. I remember this guy's here too. So moving a dash, it would keep him probably coming in this way. Alright, 3 more activations for us. We can probably do the trooper thing now. And the thing is, that guy back there is in engage. So he is in cover, but there is potential. Let's measure this out. So he has 3 action points and an extra inch of move. So going through the door, kind of peeking around and then running through would put him there. He would probably need to dash up to here. We can either choose to be obnoxious and just shoot as much as we can at this guy, assuming he'll be able to maybe counteract later or even at the top of the next round or at some point in time in the next round sabotage. He doesn't have to sabotage immediately. We could play this out as we really need to put as much damage into this as possible to get through it and just sabotage later. Because potentially based on how many units we have moving, after he moves and shoots while in engage, he does have... Oh no, he wouldn't have the severe rule because we changed it to the movement. This guy would counteract though after the fact. Like after a bunch of people move, he'll get to counteract because we only have 2 things left after this guy goes and they have like 4 over here and 1 right there. So we can try to put some damage on with a hot shot. It probably won't work, but we could try. He won't be within the 3 for the accurate 1. We do still have a single use of the relic this phase. A lot of options here. What else does the demo trooper have? Now that we've dropped his mine as a backfield protective. I hate that he's a 4+, dude. They should have given him a 3+ save. Like, honestly, considering his pistol is kind of like Garbo. And, like, once his marker's down, it's over. Like, once his marker's down, almost everything about him is over. Honestly, they needed to give him a 3+ save. 8 wounds is still fine. A 3+ save is hilarious. And then the blast padding benefit to make him like anti-AoE. It's potential, yeah. So you wanna engage? You want to engage the trooper, sprint up the full distance as measured, which is pretty much perfect distance to go past the minefield, and not past it within an inch, but like outside of it. We're going to have to make sure that he ends his maneuver. It probably is going to force him to be like here. And then just open fire. We'll do it. Get some more combat in. As measured, it basically you come in here, and as long as we stay outside of the inch, because we do have a little bit of wiggle room for the movement. That does require a move and a dash. And then, yeah. He would have then opened fire. So I think our demo trooper is basically at this point a sacrificial lamb. Like if we need to put something behind us to try to slow people down, I think he's going to be the guy. But until then, four attacks, hitting on 3s. Not within 3 inches, and severe currently isn't active for him. However, we do have the icon, the relic, which we need because 2 misses will up 1 to a hit. Where are you? Wait, no, seriously, where is it? There it is. See if we get at least a little bit of damage on him. Sadly, no crit. He is in cover. So all hits means we retain one. He only needs 3 pluses here. She gets. It's just a wash. This guy activates. Moving to dash, trying to stay in cover. Alright, 2 more. We can figure out where we want the demo trooper, if we want him back here to try to slow down the wave coming in from the backside, or if we're cool with him moving up and helping out the best he can with his pistol. Probably want to try to get this guy somewhere here in this area to potentially reposition these guys forward, specifically this way, so that they don't have to go around the mine, they can just go up the wall. Or other options. Either way, recon trooper, demo trooper. Let me know what you think. Our views, they're down. Recon, you thinking? Okay. So the goal with the recon. And we can technically, all right. Do we continue playing the hopefully we kill it potentially game? It is a 3+ save. It is in cover. That's very hard to deal with. This guy is going to most likely be moving into the room. Let's see where he ends with just a move. So you can pass through allies. 3 gets him to the door. 2 puts him in the room. He could stop here in perfect position to help these 2 out. And he could be an engage and shoot the target. Is that what we're going for? His 8-inch function, I think, is anti-obscuring. Let me see what his ability is. I'm trying to remember exactly how this works. Till the start of this operative's next activation or until it's incapacitated. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting an enemy operative within 8 inches of this operative, he cannot be obscured. So it doesn't really matter here. So we want to go engage with him, and we're going to genuinely play the weight of fire game to try to bring this gunner down so we can rush past it and try to stay ahead of the horde. I do think this guy is a key character in all of these strategies. No, there's no token there. Because he's going to be the main reason why this team stays ahead of the wave of enemies, because of the whole reposition for free function. He is a massive benefit to this team. So yep, 4 attacks. He does have the severe rule. He didn't get the bonus. So 3's to hit, no crits equals I get to upgrade a crit from a normal. So 1, 2, 3 hits and a whiff. So a crit. Thanks, Severe. So looking at that, The enemy would probably play a single retention. So 2 retentions. It is better for him to block 2 normals and then take 4 damage. They have command points. Yeah. Because if he rolls another normal, he can block a crit and a normal. Yeah, so he gets another normal. So he'll block a crit and a normal for 3 damage instead. So 1 more activation on this side, 4 on the other. This guy will probably activate. Open the door. Not as far up. Only 3, which, if you consider what's going on, isn't bad. Because once we get to the point where we counteract, I think we overheat the plasma gun and go for it again. Like, honestly, I think that's the play, is the overheated plasma gun. Try to bring him down as low as we can get him. Sadly, the Melta is outside of 6. That would have been sick, but that was the maximum charge range he had to get around the corner and get into combat to finish that other guy off. And I think we'll have a couple. We should have a couple, because they have 3 more to go. We have only 1. So this guy, what do we want to do with him? Do we want to drop him back as a potential sacrificial lamb, or do we want to keep him moving forward as potentially something that can intercept something that respawns? Because once this stuff starts going down, I think we get some respawns. So the only alternative I can think of is that this stuff here just, we go... So there's going to be a point in this game where I'm going to declare the Kasrkin a victor. And I'm already seeing where it is. Basically, in the follow-up turn. Like, the key thing we need to do is kill that guy. And if we can potentially kill nothing else, we win. Simply for the reason of activating the move function so that we get the 7-inch standard move. And then just running that way. Because now we have the whole wave of enemies and NPOs based on their AI coming this way. And then we just need to outrun them. So personally, I'm thinking Demo Man goes forward. Because remember, these guys can only move dash, and it's 6 and 3. These guys with move active are 7 and 3. There's no way these guys can keep up. Like, personally, I would almost move Dash into this room so that he can take advantage of that dash. He's not going to... Actually, no, it's an 8-inch range. So, move. Move would just take him to the door. He could move Dash into the room. He won't be able to shoot. Honestly, I actually think the Kasrkin can have this right now. Because we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. That makes 6 if we can kill him. Whatever walks through this door that takes this, if it kills it, that's 7. Which means we need 1 more kill to trigger the respawn of 2 units at the back. Yeah. So we could go move and dash. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. If we're bloodlusty, as long as he's outside of an inch, that's the goal. I don't want him to get closer than that. And as long as we're not bloodlusty here, like, we have one more character we can kill, basically. Well, okay, so let's get this serious. So, from there, 2 inches. Then from there, 3 inches. So I'm going to run this down for you fully strategically. The speed we're going is going to cause, as long as we have a good enough tail back here, it's going to keep these guys moving forward and coming this way. And then these guys are about to get suctioned into the room as well around the time we get to here. Which means we can basically crack one of these doors and have someone run in here to flip that, and then everyone else just books it down here to get to this. It's all down on whether or not we can kill this guy in an efficient way. Which, currently, we have a counteract. He can see him. He is in cover. But we can overheat this to try to bring him down. Which is what I think we do. But we have sort of outpositioned the AI. Now, conceptually, if we were playing this fully flavorfully, there would be things in these rooms that I would have left in the rooms. As like, oh, we're defending. But because of how NPO behavior works, they try to always move towards enemies or towards situations where they can attack. So yeah. I think here is where we try the overheat. Since he's full health, it doesn't really matter. Severe is currently active, so he will get a crit. So 4 attacks, 3 up. We do get a crit anyway, so. We didn't get to use the Cadia thing, did we? No, we did. Did we do the Cadia? We already did the Cadia one. We did it with a shot, right? Like a standard shot to try to pull it up. So yeah, it's a crit and a hit. The opponent can retain a save and then attempt to go for a crit roll or just a standard. He doesn't get it, but he does get that, allowing him to block the crit but still take the regular. So 4 damage. I think, right? No, 5 damage because we did the hot. So he is down to 6 wounds. We roll the hot roll, please. Yes, we're good. This guy activates. We get a counteract if we want. Honestly, we could just keep shooting at that guy. Because he already counteracted. We can just go back to him. Or we could choose him because he has access to Severe still. And just do another round of fire. I think that's the last one. So a couple things here. We could... like I said, this guy could counteract with the severe bonus to try to kill him with a guaranteed crit potential, as well as whatever else he hits with. We could counteract with the trooper and flip this or shoot him. It's not as beneficial. We could start moving these guys, but I think honestly, we just wait till the next turn, because these guys can't get into melee with us in a single round. And I think at this point, they're just running. I think we do change to the run ploy and just go. At which point I will probably call it, and I'll explain why we're going to call it with visual aid. Because the Kasrkin won. So do you want to try to bring down the gunner with a severe shot? What are we thinking? Yeah, okay. So yeah, the recon will do it, because he does get the severe benefit, and I think severe is great. I actually really like severe on their guns. Just any gun. Like, it's great. It's just like, yeah, they all get severe. Okay. Why not? So 3 pluses to hit. Oh, dude, like, this is the 5th time we've done this. No hits. At all. That's bad. That might actually bite us in the ass. He is wounded, though, so it's not the worst. Okay, it actually could be really bad, though. It depends on what the initiative roll looks like next round. Oh, no. Now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, so there's that. And that's the last move of turn 2. This is actually a very big initiative roll. What's up, Arturo? Alright. Red, Death Guard. Red is Death Guard. We don't have the command point that we need to be able to help. Not necessarily guarantee, but help this. Red is Death Guard. Okay, as long as we don't roll a 1 or a 2. I think we win, actually, here. I think we win. I'm going to tell you why. So, we do the move. We go the move function, okay? So, first up. 1, 2, 1. So, we definitely do the move function. We also declare for free his reposition. So we can pull these guys up further and further around this thing. Like, the whole point is to try to keep them sort of like funneling in. Yeah, I don't think, no, I think he does. Because it's measured to the door and then in. So this guy would also get it. So like this whole chunk here gets to dash. So they would all dash up in a way where the melt-a-gun can run up. And then the entire purpose of this is to try not to kill anything here, because that would trigger reinforcement. And instead, all of this moves and dashes as fast as it can this way. That way nothing can catch us, because we're 7. It's 6-3 versus 7-3 every single time we move and dash. They can't catch us to charge. We would have killed all of their ranged, so it does yet again, like I said, come down to the melt-a-gun roll. The melt-a-gun would be in a position where it does not see, like it just gets it. Like he'd be up here, he would probably move up and then just shoot. Which, if we want to see what that looks like, the question is, do we spend a command point on something? Personally, I think I would drop... the balanced mark, because like this is one of those situations where it's like, okay, we 100% know we want to kill this guy, so I would put the sweep token here for the command point. So he would get balanced. He would also be within 3 inches for the accurate one. Severe would basically guarantee this kill. That's actually a great combo. The accurate one Severe with a Melt-A-Gun basically guarantees you always retain a crit, which means you always do the 4 mortals. That's really stupidly good. But we wouldn't do Severe here. We would just stick to movement. So accurate 1, as long as this kills the ranged gunner, there's no way for the NPOs to bring this back. So whatever I roll here has balanced on top of it. We got a crit, got another crit. That gunner's dead. So that's the opener after all this moves up. And like I said, this just starts going this way. This can't catch. Ever. And then it's flipping this. In the follow-up turns, this team basically, a whole chunk of them basically runs this way. One guy cuts through this door and flips this. And then probably in the following turn, this gets flipped. And there's no way to counter it based on the NPO behavior. Because as long as we keep a little bit of this back here, just out of reach of charges from all of this melee, they're always going to consistently come this way. As opposed to that. That's probably an NPO behavior flavor thing, like we were talking about. The NPOs probably should have, like, there probably should have been a built-in thing for the NPOs to not want to leave unless they 100% like can get into combat. But there's nothing in here about changing in behavior. This would have been near impossible for us to do if the NPOs, like if the melee NPOs like stayed here and just waited for us to get within range. On any of these fronts. Like if they did it over here, there, and we did it here with these doors, I don't think Kasrkin could have won at all. Because they'd have to trade way too many units just to break one of these sides. Whereas the way we did it with the death ball is we basically forced the enemy through the NPO behavior to adjust. Yeah, we won. We won. An interesting concept. I don't know about ITD with NPOs. I think going forward we might try to do open maps with NPOs instead. That way they don't get like funneled like this, where you treat it more like a tower defense than anything else. Because if we were in fully open terrain, they could easily just be like, that whole section that was back here could have just been beelining it towards us from across the field. It wouldn't have mattered. Like, we'd be getting hit real hard from the other side. No problem. But this map type kind of screws with that. Couple good moments. Risking the grenade launcher early on to try to kill 3 guys, and then him surviving his own blast. That was pretty solid. That Melt-A-Gun, though, MVP. Dude, Melta now is what Plasma was before. If you can use Melta well, like, you're going to go far. On any team that has access to it. Wraith Cannon, the dark guns, like the Dark Lance or the Dark Blaster pistol thing. If you can use those guns well, you're not going to have issues at all with this game. Nice. Fun Saturday night stream. Solid 5.5 hours. That was weird. That was like flashing for some reason. No, yeah. Those were the key players. If we lost either of those, this would have been near impossible. Because we'd be stuck on that guy. And then it would give these guys enough time to catch up behind here, which would force us to kill them, which would cause reinforcements to come in. Because this map specifically says you get below half, that's when reinforcements happen. We are at 5. There are 15 people on this field. That makes 6. If something dies to this on the way through the wall, that's 7. 1 more equals over half. So these guys can't kill. Like, these guys actually can't kill anything. They have to go that way. I would almost say if we wanted to really work the system in an obnoxious way, I would probably run this guy into combat so that he could die. I would try to increase the amount of counteracts we have access to by killing our own units. No, yeah, definitely. Next time we do co-op, again, probably open terrain. Probably not this. So we'll have to sort that out. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Long stream. This weekend, I need to really push through and try and finish this this Deathcore overview video. I think the Deathcore are cool, and they are only going to last for a year in competitive. Hopefully they still stick around and have a lot of fun in casual. And then hopefully they get brought back around into competitive later. That'd be nice, if that's even how they plan on doing it. But next week, if we stream, I might try to finish building all of these blights. Let me do something for you guys here. We gotta finish building all these the blight kings. And then I might just paint a bunch of Blight King conversions for the new Death Guard team that's coming out. Because they're about the same size. I just needed to put them on 32s instead of 40s. And we can try this whole setup out for art stuff instead of top-down battle report stuff, which I think it'll work. It's a really good setup. Thanks for hanging out, though. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for all this channel support. Love seeing you guys talking in chat. I know our streams aren't exactly like breakneck, everyone going ham in chat. Things are getting crazy. But, I think they're pretty good. I do. And hopefully we can keep going from here. And hopefully we can use this as a platform for more things. I know there's a lot of people who like to talk about news and whatnot in live stream format. I've been thinking of ways to do news overviews and stuff like that. I don't think I want to just make videos and just leave them. I think genuinely I'd rather do it like this. That's why I've been working like this, where I have the whole situation where we now have a layout where I can be on screen with information behind me. So that could be good. Till next time, guys. Don't forget we have a Discord if you want to keep the conversation going. And do I do the sign out live? Likes for the like god, subscribes for the subscribe throne. Till next time, guys.